guys. Let's do this. So we're gonna go from Mythics, the rares, to maybe some uncommons that are like particularly good. I've seen a couple of them, not too many of them, but yeah, we're not gonna go like super in depth. We're just having a look at some of the cards here and then playing some MTG, usual. All right, but I guess with that being said, let's get started with the mythics here from March of the Machine. Obviously, March of the Machines. Why is it March of the Machine? Is that just me? I guess it is. I don't know. I just keep saying March of the Machines, but it's Machine. Or you know. For some reason, Machines makes more sense in my mind. I don't know. Anyways, start off first. Archangel Elspeth, 4 mana, 4 loyalty planeswalker, Elspeth our queen. +1, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token with lifelink. Minus, but 2 1/1 counters on target creature. It becomes an angel in addition to its other types and gains flying. -6, return all null and permanent cards and mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, right? It's wild. It's wild how that works. Everyone thinks it's machines, yeah. Okay. So, Queen Elspeth seems to me like a white weenie planeswalker. Like, I almost feel like this is almost what they had in mind for the Wandering Emperor, but then the Wandering Emperor just became a fucking mid-range and control staple. Like, Archangel Elspeth, I feel like caters more towards like a white weenie archetype. Or at least like needs like creatures. Like the protection from the +1 is good, but the ultimate definitely screams white weenies. To me at least. And the plus is definitely not as good as like Elspeth's like minus in the plus. Right? Elspeth's like 2/2s with vigilance are much stronger, and then you can buff them up with first strike. I guess the best you can do with Archangel Elspeth by herself is like +1, create a soldier, turn it into a 3/3, give it flying, which is not bad. She does feel like a little bit more like catered towards the white weenie. But to be honest, I feel like as long as the Wandering Emperor is in standard, this card isn't going to see a whole lot of play because it will always be competing for that slot, you know? Unless you specifically want to work with like the angel tag and like the +1/+1 stuff becomes relevant to you. I don't know. I still think she's gonna be like good though. Like our set review is mostly gonna be for constructed. So all be one, and we are all one singular individual. That's true, I guess. I haven't really seen that many angels yet, but you know, I don't know. Oh yet. +2 plus like the only issue is with the angel stuff is that angels usually work mostly with ETB effects. So if you +1/+1, something becomes an angel. Like I don't know if that's gonna trigger anything, but honestly, I don't know. I'd give her like 3.5 out of 5 stars, probably. Just because of the way that she's always competing with the Wandering Emperor, definitely not as strong, so... Yeah, exactly, there's so many good 4-drops. I think, yeah, 3.5 out of 5. It's probably fine. I don't know if she's gonna see play yet, like I said, till the Wandering Emperor rotates, but 3.5 out of 5 probably seems like the right move on that one, I think. Okay, so, like I said, we're gonna go straight to another mythic here. We're gonna go Mythic the Rares. So, up next, we're Borgimoss and Fubbletub. Okay. 5 mana creature in the colors of Mer. Whenever Borgimoss and Fubbletub enter the battlefield or attack, draw a card, then you may discard any number of land cards. When you discard one or more cards this way, Borgimoss and Fubbletub deals twice that much damage to target creature. And then you can put the card into its owner's library through. Like that just screams like Commander out of 10. I mean, I don't even. Enters the battlefield or attacks, draw a card to meet any number of land cards. Or more cards and twice that much damage to target creature. Like what? A 5 mana 6/5. You want me to discard a card and then I deal 1 damage? Or I guess 2 damage? Like, that's definitely, like, the EDH category for me, besties. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Like, EDH out of 10. Maybe I can have a... Let's see here. Let's have a little text thingy up. Mythic, by the way, yeah. Imagine opening this in my in your pre-release. We should have, like... We should have a couple of rankings. We should have a few rankings. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Fuck is this? Oh my god, everything's tweaking. No. Okay. Let's put these categories up, guys. We need like 5 rankings, alright? At the very bottom, we'll have EDH out of 10. Okay? EDH out of 10 at the very bottom. Let's see. I need someone like okay. You play EDH? Not really. Not really. Alright. Cool. EDH out of 10. Okay, so then above that, we'll have at the very okay, we can have constructed all-star. Maybe at the very top. Yeah. Constructed all-star maybe at the top somewhere, like let me see. Like outline this stuff. What a mess. Doesn't doesn't EDH out of 10. Yeah, kind of. I mean, the thing is, like, okay, so hold on. Hold on. It's gonna go well. Trust me. We're having some fun. We're being Korean. Constructed All-Star. Yeah. Constructed All-Star, very top. EDH out of 10, perhaps its own category? Who knows? Yeah. Jank deck piece. EDH out of 10. We kind of need, okay, well, I guess there's one that's super easy, and that would be mid. Mid. Mid can go right in the middle, right there. Mid. Okay. See, what else can we have? Trash. Unplayable trash. Unplayable trash. Okay, that's another very important category, I do think. Perhaps under EDH out of 10? Okay. Yeah, we can have a... Okay, we can have a... Let's see. Perhaps after rotation, question mark category? Which probably goes below mid, I don't know. Future Ben. I don't know if there's gonna be any things in that category necessarily. Okay, hold on. Perhaps implies something mid. That's true. That is true. Hold on. The will see play category, very important. Will be see play. Okay. I guess perhaps after rotation might be above mid. Because mid would just never see play. Or maybe we should say, like, good after rotation? Mid. Future alchemy rebalance, yeah. Future alchemy rebalance. Okay. Good after rotation. Alright. Sideboard only. Yeah, we could have a sideboard only category. Sideboard play. Okay. EDH out of 10, is that still holding up? EDH out of 10. Perhaps we need a bestie tier first. Bestie out of 10. Okay. How something like this? EDH out of 10, bestie out of 10, cyber play. We also need like a meh, I guess. Okay. Let's just also like add a meh category and then we're good. Or perhaps not the vibe category. Okay, so let's see. So not the vibe will be there. Okay, not the vibe. And then we have unplayable trash. Hold on. And then EDH out of 10 and bestie out of 10 are their own categories. Yes? And they are like separate vibes. So we have the rankings for standard. We have constructed all-star, rules we play, good after rotation, mid, cyber play, not the vibe. Unplayable trash, EDH out of 10, bestie out of 10. That seems okay. Okay, so now I need to find a... Hold on. Now we need to find a way to, like, have indicator happen. This, like, are you real transparent or are you fake transparent? These are, like, the greatest, like, issues in society nowadays. Whenever you Google transparent and then they put the fucking blocks behind it. I mean, EDH and Bessie out of 10 are kind of in their own lane, but, you know. Okay, this seems like it's okay. Okay, so then we need an image. Well, promises won't take too long, and then we're gonna play some, for red arrow. Where's my red arrow? Shit, that's massive. Fun. It's a song. Oh, I get it. Okay, so this will be our indicator, right? This is how we're gonna point towards them. Like, woo! Okay? That's how it's gonna go. No, I mean, they will... No. Like, they will apply to different things, okay? Anyways, it's time for us to skill Warborg Boss and Fibble to... I mean, that's a very easy EDH out of 10, right? Like, come on now. This card was designed for Commander, and, like, that's it. I don't know, maybe... Like, the only thing I could see this constructed relevant at some point is if you want, like, a deck where somehow discarding a bunch of lands or discarding a bunch of land cards is relevant, but, like... Girl, I don't know. I'm not seeing it, besties. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so EDH out of 10. EDH out of 10 on that one, okay? So let's move on here. Where's my stuff? We move on to the next one. We should get, like, the cool alternative style. Alright, moving on to our next mythic. We're starting with mythics here. Chandra, Hope's Beacon. 6 mana, Planeswalker. 5 loyalty. Whenever you cast an instant spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only each turn. You basically copy your instants and sorceries as its static ability. Hope's Bacon, yeah. +2 at 2 mana in any combination of colors. Alright. +1, exile the top 5 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may cast an sorcery spell from among those exiled cards. And the minus is -X. Chandra Hope's Beacon deals X damage to each of the targets. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like it's like a very like control card for me. Like maybe like at some point like Jeskai control becomes a thing or something, and they might want this at the top end. Like I don't know, copy like card draw effects or something. Like the +2 is immediate value, but what deck wants to like ramp up to like say you cast her on curve? +2, I guess you could maybe play like a cheap instant or something. But like, if you cast Chandra on 6, you then drop a land. What do you need to ramp into like 9 for? You could always like, I guess, cast a bunch of multiple spells or multiple cards a turn, but then that would imply that you have like a lot of cards on hand. So she would be kind of like a control girly in that sense, I think. She's quite good, but like she does read like a control card to me or something at the top end. Yeah, mono red Atraxa. It's true, it's true. Top end for upcoming prowess. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe she's a sideboard card in these like prowess-ish decks, but I don't really see like prowess wanting a 6-drop planeswalker or anything like that. Like in an ideal world. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it's for me, I'm thinking mid, to be fair. She's gonna be a pain to get rid of, though, because her 5 loyalty almost always goes up to, like, 6 or 7 immediately. But... I don't know. I have a difficult time seeing what something that would want this outside of control, maybe. Yeah. I think it's a mid card. I think we can say mid on this girly right here. Yeah, sideboard somewhere, like, maybe, or like... Solar Edicts is a card, true. True. You just play her and deal 4 to 2 things. But paying 6 mana to deal 4 damage to something? I mean, come on. Like, that's not... Like, that feels like maybe, like, sideboard where, like... I'm not the biggest fan. We're giving her mid, okay? Final verdict, Chandra Hope's Beacon? Mid. Okay, we move on. We move on. Okay. Up next. A card that is far from mid. Elish Norn. 4 mana, 3/5, legendary creature, Vigilance. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or a permanent you control, that source's control loses 2 life unless they pay 1. And then for 3, you can sacrifice 3 other creatures, exile Ashlizzlle, and return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as sorcery, and that transforms into this right here, the Argent Etching. Incubate 5 times, then transform all incubated tokens you control. So that puts 5 2/2s on the board for you immediately on the first chapter. Then on the second chapter, creature you control at +1 and can double strike until the end of turn. So that is like 30 power total already on the board because of the Argent Etchings. And then it's to destroy all the permanents except for artifacts, lands, and Phyrexia. So you keep all your incubate tokens and you wipe the board. Exile it and then you return back to Ashlizzlle. Realistically, are you ever flipping this? I think that's exactly where, like, the strength lies of the card, though, bestie? Is what I'm thinking. Like, that's, to me, where the strength is at, because if you don't remove Ashlizzlle, she is immediately gonna get flipped. Like, you have 1 turn to remove her, and if you don't do that, you're fucked, because this just wins the game. Like, this just wins the game. She lives 1 turn and it's over. Like, this is just immediately 30 power. It's like almost like a history of Benalia on like crack is how I like look at it. Immediately 30 power and a fucking board wipe attached to it. Like, that's crazy. Everything that you remove everything from your opponent, all your stuff sticks. 3 3/3s with double strike? Like, come on now. I think this is incredibly strong. Even just at her like regular side, I mean, a 4-mana 3/5 is pretty good stats. She's got vigilance. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or permanent, it's 2 life unless they pay 1. That's also very, very strong. Like, it kind of forces them to either, like, she's good in defense, she's good in offense, and she's like threatening to like win the game the second she flips. You know, yeah, that's the only downside. The remove and response can get really awkward. But I think the potential of her sticking and just winning you the game is so good. Yeah, I think that it's just so good, the fact that you have, like, the flip potential on her. I don't know if I would go as far as to call her a constructed all-star, based on the fact that, like, it is very vulnerable, like, to removal. But this card in, like, mono white or something goes absolutely nuts. Or anything that benefits off, like, incubate, or in general, anything that plays white. Yeah, wedding announcement. Like I said earlier on the stream, like, there's so many, like, 1/1s in, like, the bitch with the horse, the dog. Like, there's so many, like, 1/1 creatures in mono white that just care about the ETB effects. And nothing else outside of that. So mono white has no issue finding sacrifice outlets. Yeah, also, let's not forget Skrelv is in white. If you, like, strategically play Skrelv into Ashlizzlle, right? There's a lot of things that you can do with it, and you can protect her. Like, you have Lorenz Escape in white. There's other ways to protect her stuff. Like, perhaps you want this in, like, poison, even. Poison at the top end, because you benefit from the Phyrexians, artifacts, lands, and Phyrexians. So all your Phyrexian cards survive, which is, like, a lot of the cards in poison. Like, that's where she could fit as well, right? And then you already have the natural, like, Skrelv and, Cameo safekeeping and whatnot. A bunch of, like, 1/1s that you can easily sacrifice. Skrelv's Hive. So, plenty of games Shoulder doesn't die on cast. Same with this card. Yeah, exactly. I think it definitely is one of the stronger cards from the set. I'm a bit nervous to call her a constructed all-star. I can already see her in at least, like, poison and mono white. I could even see her maybe in, like, control-ish decks. You know, like, control puts this in the sideboard, people sideboard out their removal against control, and then all of a sudden they bring Shouldered in from the sideboard. She doesn't really get removed. All of a sudden, like, the control player swings the whole game into their favor. Gets a bunch of, like, 1/1s on the board, or 2/2s on the board. Doubles them, destroy all other things. I could see her in control. I could see her in, like, poison, mono white. I'm not sure if I would go as far as to say constructed all-star. I'm torn between Will See Play and All-Star. Just because I'm like a little bit too nervous to call her an All-Star, but the card just reads so incredibly good to me. Outside of the vulnerability like flipping or transforming her. So I think I will put her in Will See Play. Personally. But it's very close to being a constructed all-star. I do think she's one of the more powerful cards of the set. So yeah, the flipping her is definitely busted. I think it's worth trying, you know, and I think she just naturally fits in a lot of gonna be a standard all-star. Yeah. Could definitely be the case. I hope so. I think it's a cool card, but we're gonna put it in Will See Play for now, okay? Yes. So, on to our next mythic here. Fuck, how am I even gonna showcase these? Right, let me think about this. How am I gonna go about this? We got a battle coming up. Just trying to figure out how the hell I'm gonna do that. Have that in a separate tab, I think. Then I just like twist it, turn it around. Window capture. What a mess. Battles. Yes. Trying to sort this stuff out. What an absolute disaster I fear. Anyway. There you go. Battle. Everybody tilt your heads. Go ahead, people. Tilt them. Tilt your heads, guys. See, I think OBS is an option too. Rotate 90 degrees. Hey. Fixed it. Alright. There we go. That should be a little bit better. I'll put him to the side a little bit more, so it's better. Okay, so this is a mythic battle. Woohoo! Invasion of Innistrad, which is a flash battle. An invasion of Innistrad ends the battle with a target creature and opponent controls is -13 until the end of turn. So it's a 4 mana remove anything spell. Well, remove any creature spell. With flash, so it is technically at instant speed. And then, okay, so then once it flips, it will flip into this right here. This is such a mess to try and sort. Holy fuck. Anyway. It will then transform into this. Deluge of the Dead. Ends the battlefield, create 2/2 black zombie creature tokens, and then exile target card from graveyard. If it was a creature card, create a 2/2 black zombie for 3 mana. And then don't forget that it takes about it's 5 like siege points, I guess. So we're looking at a 4 mana creature removal spell that transforms into a shitty 2/2/2 zombies. And you then can activate it for 3 and create a 2/2 black zombie. I mean, no. Like, this card goes wrong on so many ways. Not only does the battle cost 4 to cast, 4 mana removal, it then only is focused on creatures, which limits it like so much. And has 5 points. 5 points in order to like get 2/2/2 zombies. So then you have to throw 5 damage on the battles, because I'm pretty sure that we established that last time around. That like the battles are through combat damage only, I think. Unless something states that it specifically removes permanents or like I think permanents still work, or that it specifically states that it can remove a battle. So it's combat permanent removal or like something that says that it removes battles. Or like I guess counters. Removing counters is another way to do it. Combat damage, generic damage from instant sorceries, removing counters, yeah. So it's not really... Anyway, this is a lot of like hoops to jump through in order to get some shitty zombies, and 4 mana remove a creature is just way too expensive for me. It's definitely feels like a limited card. I don't know, guys. I'm not really vibing with this. I'd probably go as far as to call it unplayable trash. I cannot think of any deck that wants this. Especially for a mythic, like, come on now. Like, imagine. Yeah, even if it wasn't, like, that's the thing. Like, I think the best way to, like, judge these, like, siege cards, the battles, is by, like, their ETB effect. Like, if their ETB effect is great, and then you have the upside of potentially, like, at some point, winning the battle, or defeating the battle, and you get something nice from it, like, okay, then we have a good card. The bestie. 4 mana, creature removal, the turn gives me like 2/2/2s after I deal 5 damage to it or remove the counters or anything. Nah. Nah. Like, that's unplayable trash. Don't offend me, bestie. Don't offend me. Unplayable trash it is. For, that right there. Yeah, exactly, like... Right. Another battle coming up here. Let's have a look. Second mythic battle. We're going from mythic to rares. We're gonna have a look at Invasion of New Phyrexia, which is a white-blue X battle. When Invasion of New Phyrexia enters the battlefield, create X 2/2 white and blue knight creature tokens with vision. Right, so at its lowest, this is a 3 mana 2/2 white and blue knight with vigilance. And then let's see what it transforms into. Is your favorite boy, I guess. Ooh, why is it? There we go. Teferi. Akosa of Zhalfir, which is a 4 loyalty planeswalker. Draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. Okay. -2, you get an Ember with Knights you control, get +1/+0, and have Ward 1. And -3, tap X creatures you control. When you do, shuffle target normal permanent. One of controls with mana value X less into its owner's library. Teferi is now a Night Lord that supports creature decks. I don't know how the fuck we ended up there, but man, what? The fact that, like, you want me to believe that I'm playing a creature-heavy deck. A creature-heavy deck because you need, like, Teferi's, like, 2 abilities from Teferi work with creatures, right? Okay, so you want me to believe that's happening, and then in a creature-heavy deck, instead of going face for 6, I'm sending 6 to a battle? Or I need specifically, like, removal or other ways to remove, like, battle removal or, like, creature removal or anything. Yeah, it's not even soldiers, it's fucking knights. So that's a completely, like, new... I mean, not really new archetype, but we have a lot of soldier support, not a whole lot of knight support. It's really just giving, like, limited out of 10. And then again, even in limited, like, sheesh, 6 damage to a battle instead of the face? Like, you'd have to pick up, like, battle removal. Or, like, other ways to remove battle, remove counters, damage to it, or anything of the sort. I don't know. The thing is, I don't think it's the worst one, like, compared to that, like, the other battle that we just saw, the Invasion of Innistrad. It's definitely not as garbage. Because, you know, worst case scenario, like, you're playing a knight deck and, like, you're super flooded or whatever. the Invasion of Phyrexia, at least, like, if I say, like, you know, X is 4, because I will create a bunch of 2/2 blue and white creature tokens. Like, that's still good, guys. I think the front face, or, like, the battle itself is still not awful. So for that reason, I would probably put it in not the vibe. Like, it's definitely not bad, and I don't think there's any constructed knight support. But it's far from great. I think it's a not the vibe card. Deal 6 damage, you get a 4 loyalty planeswalker. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you only ever get the fairy if you somehow have, like, something that also removes the battle, or, like, removes counters. I don't think you ever try to attack into it. But I still like the upside. I still like the front, but I don't know. I'm having a difficult time seeing something wanting this. Like, I guess people are talking about control. I think control just wants the Wandering Emperor, like, you know? I feel like control just wants the Wandering Emperor, guys. Like, why would they want Invasion of New Phyrexia? Like, they have so many ways of, like, winning the game already. Like, they don't need something like this at the moment, so... Nah, I'm calling it not the vibe. I'm calling it not the vibe. I'm sticking with that. Not the vibe on Invasion of New Phyrexia. Even though control players will try to go in, like, throw it in there, but Bessie, let me just tell you something. Just stick to the 4 Wandering Emperors. And, I think you will be fine, so... Yup. Alright, up next, we have the Invasion of Ravnica. All these, like, these are all mythic, by the way, mind you. We're not looking at rares, we're looking at fucking mythics. Like, keep that in mind when judging. Invasion of Ravnica. When Invasion of Ravnica enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls that isn't exactly 2 colors. Okay. Sure. 5 mana. Remove a non-land permanent, but, like, with restriction. Right. Well, anyway, let's see what it transforms into. Let's see what it transforms into. Okay, not looking too great here, but this is, what it transforms into. The Guild Pact Paragon. 5/5, whenever you cast a spell, it's exactly 2 colors. Look at the top 6 cards of your library, may reveal a card that's exactly 2 colors from among them, put it into your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Like, to me, that just reads like, ooh, I'm playing a draft and I want to get something silly, right? I want to make, like, I found this as, like, my fucking mythic that I opened, pack 1, pick 1, maybe I can work around it one way or another, right? Constructed-wise, nothing wants this. 5 mana. Like, bestie. Bestie. I mean, maybe we can think about, like... I mean, would, like, a colorless in, like, Pioneer or Explorer really want this shit? I don't think so. Because then... It's not even, like, colorless synergy, because then the Guild Pact Paragon never works. So, even for colorless decks don't really benefit off this shit. I'm gonna throw it in unplayable trash. We should have, like, a category that's called, like, Do Not Offend Me category. Where we can throw these, like, cards in that are fucking mythics. Like, Bessie, do not offend me. That is so bad. Come on now. We're gonna give it unplayable trash. Unplayable trash it is. Alright. We move on. We move on. We move. Alright. Up next, you guys, the Invasion of Chandelar. The 5 mana battle has, like, 4 points on it. 4 counters on it. The Invasion of Chandelar ends the battlefield. Return up to 3 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. This would go immediately into the Do Not Offend Me category. Like, I don't even need to see the flip side. 5 mana, put 3 target permanent cards from my graveyard into my hand. Bestie, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean, bestie? Anyways, this is what it transforms into for the people that care. Leyline Surge. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay, like, that's not awful, but still, who wants... Disneyland card? It really is Disneyland card, though, like... Sure. I don't know, like, someone is probably gonna try to, like, make something happen with this, but... 5 mana? Like, the battle is just so bad, it's basically just skip your turn, is how I see it, right? 5 mana, do nothing that impacts the board at all whatsoever. Then you need to somehow remove the 4 counters, and then you could have the upside of the Leyline Surge, which is quite good. Like, that's not bad, but it also has to imply that you still have a lot of gas and, like, powerful cards into your hand. Yeah, it's a 5 mana time walk for the opponent, is what it is. And then you have to throw, like, actively throw, like, removal on it, or, like, throw your creatures to it so that you can get the Surge. And then maybe you still need a hand with a bunch of value from it so that you benefit from this. Because you would have to be looking at, like, a bunch of, like, you know, if you can cast, like, 2 5-drops in the same turn, sure. But fucking hell, like, do not offend me, bestie. I'm gonna put this one into unplayable trash. People are gonna try to, like, make some memes with this, with, like, fucking Emrakul. I don't know, but, like, come on. No, I don't know. Yeah, that's how battles work. No, like, unplayable trash to, that card, for me at least. I'm not seeing the besties. Not seeing it. Okay. Now, we're finally gonna have a look at one of the better battles. Can't believe I'm actually saying this shit, but they are out there, and they exist. It is still a mythic, though. Keep that in mind. But, here we have the Invasion of Tarkir, which is a 2-mana, more reasonable battle. It does have 5 counters on it, but okay. It says, when Invasion of Tarkir ends the battlefield, reveal any number of dragon cards from your hand. When you do, Invasion of Tarkir does X plus 2 damage to any other target, where X is the number of cards revealed this way. Okay, like, this is what I'm talking about, right? This is one of those battles that is fantastic on its face value. Like, thank you, that's a, you know, 2 mana shock at least, right? 2 mana go to the 2 mana anywhere. If I reveal a dragon, it all of a sudden becomes 3. If I have multiple dragons, it becomes 4. Right? And I think we're seeing quite a lot of, like, dragons. Like, this has great potential. It reminds me of that, like, alchemy card, like, reveal whatever it was, like, Dragon's Breath or something? I don't know. Like, we stand. We stand. Like, I love this card. If any of the battles is gonna see play, like, this one could see play. I'm not even sure how many dragons we have at the moment. But it's just got great potential already. Love to see it. Anyways, let's see what the payoff is. I'm not sure if the payoff will ever happen necessarily. But this is what it would transform into if you hit the transformation. You get the Defiant Thundermaw, which is a 4/4 flying trample dragon. Whenever a dragon you control attacks, it deals 2 damage to any target. So that's great, because, like, even if you flip it and you already have a dragon into play, this effect works immediately because it goes after whenever a dragon. So if you can already attack with another dragon after this flipped, then you still have, like, the 2 damage benefit. Right? So this looks pretty good to me. What I also like is, like, even if you're playing something more aggressive with a bunch of dragons, I can see value in throwing 5 damage towards the actual battle itself, so that you can get a bunch of, like, 2 damage, like, pings of your other dragons that could potentially attack. That's not bad. Also, do not forget, red has that fucking, absolute bestie, the Raptor. Like, I feel like the second you see a battle in the colors red, green, red or green, that's when they start becoming interesting to look at. Because in red, you're looking at the Raptor that goes face and then deals damage to a battle. And in black, you're looking at something like Glissa that can go face and remove counters of a battle. Like, at least to me, those are the two cards that come to mind. I think green also has, like, what is it, like, Atraxa's Fall or something, which is, like, remove a battle. Like, those two colors, as soon as something is green or red, the battles become more easily removed. Yeah, I think something like a shock works on a battle, combat damage works on a battle, or, like, if something specifically states remove a permanent, or, just remove a battle. So, oh, it won't flip it? Oh, well, my bad then. I didn't read that card too much, I just thought it said destroy battle. But I guess it doesn't say defeat battle. Only damage can flip. Well, then what's the use? I guess it's like a defensive thing at that point. Not really an offensive remove battle, it's like a defensive, I have a battle, I'll remove it. Oh, that sucks. Oh, okay, never mind. Well, anyways, red for the Raptor, green for Glissa, I guess at this point then. Or, yeah. Anyways, I still think this is pretty good. I think there's probably some dragons somewhere that you want to play in, like, mono red or something, or maybe, like, Gruul and, like, benefit off this. Like, and I would definitely play this enchantment with, like, the Gruul, the Red Raptor, and, like, see if I can get it to flip. That's just stonks. Anyway, verdict on this card is gonna be... I'm gonna put it in Will See Play, I think. I wouldn't call it a constructed all-star, but I think it will definitely end up seeing some play. Somewhere. If anything, not in standard, it could definitely see play in something like Pioneer, like older formats. It reads a lot to me like it could be a potential Pioneer card. There's definitely, like, many more dragons there available as well. So, yeah. I like it, guys. I like it. Yeah. Glissy eats battles and so does the Raptor. This is definitely a, we'll see play. Alright. Getting a little slow. I should close into the background. I'm gonna play some Explorer after this. We're looking at, like, the Mythics and the Rares, at least, and then maybe, some good commons or uncommons that the chat might point out, and then we're playing some, war practice metagame challenge and qualifiers tomorrow. Okay, up next, I think we got through the battles, at least the mythic battles for now. Remember, these are all mythics, like, that's a little depressing. But, you know, we move. Right, so, have a look at the next one here. Okay, we have Jin. Hi, Jin. 5 mana, 5/5. Phyrexia Praetor. We have all the, like, Praetors. 4/2, 5/5. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell at mana 5/3 or greater, draw a card. And then for 4, you can exile Jin, return it to the battlefield, transform to under control, activate only sorcery, and if you have 7 or more cards in the hand. Heaven! Anyways, let's see what that gives, because it better be something fucking good. Great Synthesis. First chapter, draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand, so you would have 7 and draw 7. You have no maximum hand size for as long as Great Synthesis. Okay. Second chapter, return all non-Phyrexian creatures to their owner's hands. And then third, you make us any number of spells from your hand without paying manacles, exile the great battlefield. I don't know. To me, flipping Jin seems nearly impossible. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Turn to the battlefield, activate only the storage chain, only if you have 7 or more cards. Like, I don't know. Like, that really holds it back, I feel. Besties. Hey, MTG Goldfish, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hi, guys. I think the non-creature spell card. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, at least they gave it ward. At least they gave it ward. I'm gonna probably put it in, like, not the vibe. And actually, maybe I'll put it in mid, because at least, like, you know, the creature by itself, 5 mana, 5/5, cast a non-creature spell, mana value 3 or greater, draw a card. It's pretty good. As the creature itself is good. Flipping is never happening, though. The War 2 is also still nice. But, like, basically, like, the stats of 5 mana, 5/5, War 2 is already great, and then it could give you some, like, card advantage. I'd probably mid. Yeah, you would actively have to work towards, like, getting a lot of value from the non-creature spell mana value, your greater stuff. I'm gonna call it mid. Some control players are probably throwing this in their deck somewhere. And then you have a 5 mana 5/5 Booker, which is not bad. War 2, which is not bad, and can generate some card advantage. So, I don't know. We've definitely seen worse. I think mid's probably fine for it. Like, some control players will throw it like this as a one-off in their deck. I'm convinced. At some point, so. Alright. Up next, for the people that just joined, hi, we're doing a set review. We're doing some Mythics into some Rares. And then have a look at a few commons or uncommons that have some potential. Then after that, we're playing some Explorer to prepare for the metagame challenge and the qualifier. Up next, though, we're gonna go to our, I don't even know how many Mythics now, but we are still in Mythics, and here we have Phyrexia and Knorros, and I've seen someone compare this to Winota. I'm not sure about that. But we have a 6 mana, 6/6 legendary creature Vigilance, and it's lifelink. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may exile 5 cards from your graveyard. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I've also seen people, like, loop this. Oh, no, yeah, that's the other one. The other one is similar to Winota. This is the other card. Anyways, yeah, I've seen people combo this with Altar of Dementia or something. And have, like, a mill yourself vibe, and then, I don't know, win the game with some card that game when you have nothing left in your library. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, the thing is, like, when I did my set review for All Will Be One, I was like, attract something, I don't know. Probably she's playing some, like, Reanimator deck in an older format, and here she's getting, like, hard casted and, like, constructed and stuff. I'm not. It's a difficult one. Like, it's 6/6 mana, 6/6 Vigilance, Menace, Lifelinks, pretty fucking strong. And it does have an ETP effect, which, when you return, exile 5 cards, return target creature card from your grave to the battlefield. Technically isn't a Traxa Reanimator? Like, that's how I'm looking at this. The fact that it's in Mardu colors restricts it a little bit, though. Yeah, 1 mana. The thing is, for 1 mana extra, you could play a Traxa, but for 6 mana, you can reanimate an Atraxa. Like, because what can happen with this, right, is that we go one step further in the sense that, like, people throw their Atraxas in the graveyard, discard Atraxa, discard Kroxa and Knorros, then reanimate Kroxa and Knorros, and then have them reanimate Atraxa. And do that through, like, Cruelty of Gigs or something. Like, that's, like, another step of extra degeneracy. Like, this is also a reanimator target. Like, don't forget that. And you could just have a chain of, like, reanimation thingies. It does need quite some cards in the graveyard. That is true. But I don't think that's necessarily an issue for, like, whenever Fable's in the meta and you still have, like, Harvesters. And that's just, like, standard, right? Like, blood tokens to discard. Other ways to, like, cycle cards. It goes super greedy. I still don't... it's probably still just... Yeah, I think it could see play. I don't know how good it will be, though, but people will just always try to do or get as degenerate as they can. And Kruxa and Kuno Ross into Atraxa as one way to do that. I would probably still put it in, like, mid, though. I do think. Just because, like, Mario colors aren't necessarily, like, ramp colors, so ramping you don't really do into it either. You'd have to work with, like, treasures, perhaps. Or, like I said, just reanimate into reanimate. It could also just be, like, an EDH out of 10, right? But I don't know if that's, like, underselling it. Because, like, fucking Atraxa... Yeah, big score into it isn't awful. You have a bunch of treasures that you could create through Fable. But it's like, is it a potential unnecessary step into Atraxa, or is it a way to, like, buy yourself more Atraxas? That's the vibe. Like, that's what it's between, right? Probably just gonna put it in mid. I'm probably just gonna put it in mid. I think that's like a reasonable one to put in. Mid, I think mid sounds about right for this. Okay. Another one coming up. I think we're still in Mythics. The Mythic and the Rare symbols seem so incredibly close. Yeah, we're still in Mythic. They are very close for some reason. But, anyway. Have a look at our next card. Monastery Mentor. We all know this one. 3 mana, 2/2 prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 white creature with token with prowess. That is a definite will see play to me. I'm not sure how much synergy there is in standard for like a Boros prowess synergy. But it will definitely see play. I'm definitely making some Boros prowess deck. I'm not sure if I would go as far as to call it Constructed All-Star, because I think that depends on how good Boros prowess becomes. But I mean, even definitely, like, older, like, formats, this is, it's even, like, Pioneer or something as well. Jeskai tokens, Monk Tribal, like, it will definitely see play. It's a good card, like, we've heard of it before, so, All-Star rotation, yeah. It's already in Pioneer. Well, not a good sign that I've never seen it there, I fear, but I think this could definitely work in Standard. Like, imagine a turn 3 Monastery Mentor into a turn 4 Jaya. Like, that could slay. Convo cards, yeah, I think it's good. We'll see play, for sure. For sure. Okay. Up to the next one. I like it, though. I like it. Right. Lol. Throw some of it up there. There we go. Alright. Up next, guys. And this is a wild one. Sholdrets. That sounds so, like, something so dark-sided about just Sholdred's name there, you know? I don't know. Anyways, just, like, nothing behind it, just Sholdred. 5 mana, 4/5, legendary creature, menace, enters the battlefield. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature or planeswalker. And then for 5 mana, you can exile Sholdred, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery and only if an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. And then it will transform into this enchantment right here, which is the True Scriptures for each first chapter. Each opponent destroy up to one target creature or planeswalker that player controls. Okay. Then we have second chapter, each opponent discards 3 cards, then mills 3 cards. The third chapter, put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control. I don't know about this one. I have a lot of issues with this. A 5-mana 4/5 menace is okay. Like it's not, it doesn't excite me, right? The ETB effect sacrifices non-token creature or planeswalker. I feel like it doesn't do it's not specific enough to allow your opponent to sacrifice something. And then 5 mana to flip her, in comparison to like Elish Norn, which was 3 mana to flip. This is 5 to flip, which is much more like risky, right? And then your opponent needs to have 8 or more cards in their graveyard. So then not only does Shoulder need to survive, your opponent also needs to have, it kind of needs to be like tapped out in order for you to not risk that she gets removed in response. They also need to have 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Like, that is super restricted. The first chapter isn't really exciting either. Each opponent destroy up to one target creature or planeswalker. Like, whenever I read for each opponent, it reads like EDH out of 10. Like, the more players are in a format, the stronger this card becomes, right? If all of a sudden, instead of your opponent sacrificing a non-token creature or planeswalker, 3 people have to do it, then okay, right? Then it gets much better, and so does the flip, and then it might actually become worth doing so. Also, activate only as a sorcery and only if an opponent has 8 or more cards. I think in EDH, like, it's much easier to have at least an opponent that meets that requirement. So, I hate to say it, but I feel like this should is EDH out of 10. For multiple reasons, from, like, how expensive she is, to how, like, the 8 or more cards requirement, to the ETP effect, and, like, the everything else that it flips to. So, that is an EDH out of 10 for me, bestie. That's an EDH out of 10 for me. Anyways. We move on to the next one. The backside of Shoulder was an enchantment that Chapter 1 sacrifice each opponent non-token creature or planeswalker sacrifice. Second is each opponent discards 3 cards and mills 3 cards. And the third is like, put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield. So I'm saying EDH out of 10. It just screams like an EDH card. Like, ooh, I'm the villain in EDH. I want to screw everyone over. I'll play Shoulder, you know? Up next, Sword of Once and Future. 3-mana artifact. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from blue and from black. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, roll 2, then you may cast an instant or sorcery spell of mana value 2 or less. Your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If this spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Equip 2. I mean, this is just for formats where, like, obviously you can equip things for free, or, like, when you play a creature, you automatically, like, attach something, right? Not really something I can see in Standard or Pioneer. Like, it's not really something that would be relevant for the formats that I play. So it's quite tough to judge it, to be fair, but I think this is just, like, they're trying to put all these swords into, like, or, like, you know, finish the swords or whatever it is. Yeah, in the constructed formats I play, I can't really see it. I also haven't really played with the other swords at all, so it's really tough to judge. So we're just gonna say, okay, we finally have the Dimir sword out of 10. And we move on, I think. So finally have Dimir sword out of 10. Let's go. Thalia and the Gidrock monster. Well, this is one of the cards that was revealed super early on. For 4 mana, Pillars of Absent, you have a 4/4 legendary creature, human frog horror. First strike, Death Touch. When you may play an additional land on each of your turns. Creatures and non-basic lands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. Whenever Thalia and the Gidrock monster attacks, sacrifice a creature land and draw a card. True. I don't know, bestie. A 4-mana for like First Strike and Death Touch is very good. Like that's kind of like Delissi vibes. I don't know how relevant the additional land in each of your turns will ever be. I like the creatures and non-basic lands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. That's quite strong. Sacrifice a creature or land and draw a card is not optional, but quite good. I'm not sure how to feel of it with it being in Absent colors like that. Currently, like, Absent isn't really a thing. I've tried to build, like, Absent Legends at some point, but... Guessing attracts out faster, it's true. I'm almost tempted to put it into, like, good after rotation. At the moment, I cannot think of any standard decks or decks in at least like Explorer, Pioneer, Historic that really want this at 4 mana. But it's definitely not bad or anything. I don't really see it fit in anywhere. Is my problem. Does Esper Legends want this? And just like instead of maybe like splashing a little bit of green, like she could get cast off the legendary land? It's definitely playable if there's a deck that wants it, yeah. I wonder, does Legends want this? I don't know. Absent Humans? It does have the human synergy, which is still good. I think she's definitely good enough to see play, I just don't know when, where, and in what deck. Maybe she just goes into Bestie out of 10. Maybe we just put her in Bestie out of 10. Yeah, I think Bestie out of 10 might be where we want to be at. Oh, it's definitely nasty and limited, for sure, for sure. It's very nasty there. I think it's Bestie out of 10. There's somewhere, there's gonna be a deck that wants this, and whatever deck that is in, it will put in the work. I don't know what that is or where that is, but that's my my verdict. We're gonna throw it in Bestie out of 10. Oh, maybe like I wouldn't be surprised if Esper Legends won it. I guess. Okay, up next, Urabrask. 4 mana, 4/4, and I've seen a lot of shit about this. We even went as far as someone in the chat saying this is gonna get banned in all formats. I have a thing or two to say about that. But okay. 4/4 for 4. First strike, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Urabrask deals 1 damage to target opponent, add red mana, and then for red exile, Urabrask return to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery and only if you've cast 3 or more instants and or sorceries. This turns, let me get the flip side up for you, chat. Okay. The Great Work. Chapter 1, 3 damage to target opponent and each creature. Chapter 2, 3 treasures. Chapter 3, so at the end of turn, you may cast instant and sorcery spells from any graveyard. If a spell cast this way, would put into a graveyard, exile it, and then return it back to your Urabrask. Right, so this might be controversial, I guess. But to me, it's kind of like a Burgie. Like, this is something that, I don't know, maybe like Storm or some like infinite combo deck that like benefits off like, you know, the one red that gets generated. Just like Burgie and like the Ignis combo was like a thing, right? Like Burgie saw play because she would provide you with like the discount. Yeah, it just seems like a combo enabler to me. I don't know if it seems like more outside of that. Because people have told me like, oh, this is like mono red and like standard or something. And I'm like, bestie. what mono red deck ends up being in a position where they cast a 4-drop and then somehow either have 3 or more instants and sorceries in their hand so they can flip it? And like cast an instant or sorcery, deal 1 damage to target opponent is just not exciting enough. Like we have the red Defiler, which does something very similar and never saw play. So I don't know. Like, if you want your best work and want to get max value out of the card, you need card draw attached to it, which makes me think, like, is it? So I'm just putting this in, like, combo piece. I don't know where, I don't know when. Someone probably has in mind, like, how to combo off with this in a format. Yeah, like, maybe, like, an Izzet. You have, like, a bunch of, like, card draw, so you can keep just going, and you can flip it at some point. Right, like Neuproaxia with a bunch of like considers or like ops. Like I've seen people say like maybe this in Phoenix. I'm not sure how they feel about that, but I think that's what you gotta think of somehow. Yo, Valorant Sky, thank you for the 20. Yeah, Ancestral Anger, stuff like that, like super cheap like instants and sorceries. And maybe then you want that in there somewhere. But okay, like I wish I had a category that was like combo piece out of 10. I'd probably just put it... Yeah, it's kind of like combo piece out of 10. I don't know. Maybe just mid. Or not the vibe. It just belongs in a combo deck. That's kind of where it belongs. Outside of that, I don't think it sees much constructive play. But, not bad. Definitely not as insane as I feel like people think that this card is. Because the more you think about it, the more you kind of realize it doesn't really work. So... Anyways, I think this is the last pre-order that we have coming up now. Trying to get the cool art styles for you guys. Right, so... Here we have Phyrexia. 5 mana, 6/6. Legendary creature for X and pre-order. Trample Reach. Enter the battlefield, search your library for up to 2 forest cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. And then for a whopping 8 mana, you can exile Phyrexia, return it to the battlefield transformed, and then let's see what it transforms into. Kaplan, thank you for the 25. Appreciate you, bestie. Thank you, thank you. You're a Brask, always a bridesmaid, never the bride. It's true, it's true. This is what it transforms into, bestie. The Grand Evolution. First chapter, mill 10 cards. Put up to 2 creature cards from among the milled cards onto the battlefield. Second chapter, distribute 7 1/1 counters among any number of creatures, target creatures you control. Third chapter is until the end of your turn, creature you control gain 1. This creature fights target creature you don't control. Exile it, then flip back. I don't know, the way that I was thinking about this, like, if I do, like, turn 2 Dork, turn 3 Gwenna, and cast the Phyrexia turn 4 for 7/7, Trample Reach creature, that also gives me 2 forests from the deck. And that's thinking of, like, standard, like, mono green. I don't think this is too bad. Like, imagine casting this on 4, chat. A 4 mana, like 6/6, or if you do it through Gwenna, a 4 mana 7/7, grab 2 forests, isn't bad. Just like based on pure stats, right? Trample and Reach is pretty good. But I mean, that obviously like requires you to ramp into it under like good circumstances, but it does also then thin your deck out. I truly don't think Phyrexia is one of the worst pre-orders that we've seen. Dice to go for the throw out of 10. I mean, just disappointment. Yeah, they go to the hand, but I mean, like, imagine if they didn't. It would just be broken, right? Like, if the forest just went onto the board, it'd be fucking broken to ramp into this. Really bad in Standard. I don't think it's too bad, because there's a lot of mono green support as well in Standard right now. And the thing is, like, the ETB effect, at least it's thinned, like, 2 forests out of your deck. And if you ramp into that, you get more value from, like, finding the 2 forests. So I honestly think this card is mid. Honestly, I think it's mid, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a mono green deck that wants a couple of these at the top end. I think it's definitely a standard card though. I don't really see it in like any other format than that because I just think it's too bad. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't think you flip this necessarily. I don't think this is Planeswalker you want to flip. I just look at it for like the face side, and that looks pretty good to me. Just based on like stats and stuff. Crisis, thank you for the 7. But you won't. I think it just gets good if you ramp into it. And like that's when it kind of becomes worse. It's mid though. But anyways, I don't feel like it's the worst. I feel like this card is just better than Neurobrask. Like I think it's better than Neurobrask. I don't know how to feel about that, but at least like I could see this in like mono green Stompy and standard. Alright. Up next, guys. Ren and Realmbreaker. This is also one that was revealed pretty early on. 3 mana, 4 loyalty Planeswalker. Those are scary stats. Lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. +1 up to 1 target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with vigilance, hexproof, and haste until your next turn it's still a land. The -2 mill 3 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them, the milled cards, into your hand. The -7, you get an emerald with you may play lands and cast permanent spells from your graveyard. Yeah, 3 mana Planeswalkers are always scary as fuck. And it has a static ability, which is also scary as fuck. So, like, the first thing about the +1 is that the land doesn't untap. I think it would probably be broken as hell if it did. But so the +1 doesn't untap. The +1 would just be like just uptick to 5. So when you play this card on curve, it doesn't accomplish a whole lot. Like you'd have the -2 available, mill 2 cards, put a permanent card from among the milled cards into your hand. Which it's kind of like restricting in that way because it's only a permanent card from the milled ones. So out of those 3 cards, you could get a milled card. Like, not anything in your graveyard, just specifically that. If you still have the Ren and the Realmwalker on turn 4, and then your lands can turn into Vigilance, Hexproof, and Haste. 3/3, that's cute. Yeah, you kind of need to combine it with a Dork to be, like, very strong. I don't know. It's really difficult to me because the current mana base in Standard is so good that I almost feel like the land you control of tap at 1 mana of any color is somewhat irrelevant. Because we have such a good, like, mana base. Why would you want to cast a Realm and Realmwalker to, like, fix your stuff? The +1 is cute, but I almost wish it had Indestructible on there as well. Because like, Vigilance, Hexproof, and Haste makes your stuff a lot more vulnerable. And if you play this on the draw or something, and you can only benefit of the +1 on, like, the next turn after you cast her, so that would be on the draw, turn 4, +1. A 3/3 doesn't really hold up, and doesn't really allow you to attack. And it leaves your land somewhat vulnerable. Yeah, I guess you could crew a Bankbuster with it. Like, I don't think it's that good. I think it's a little bit unnecessary. But if it's ever good, it would probably have to be after rotation. A standard card after rotation, because we're losing a lot of good lands with rotation. Like, we're losing a bunch of Triumphs, we're losing a bunch of, like, slow lands, and then even just her static ability becomes much more worth it. Yeah, it's maybe like sideboard against control, but then you also risk the issue of like, you know, Shark Typhoon or something, block your land, lose a land. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the +1 was like indestructible as well, I think we could be talking about something. The -2 seems too specific. The +1 seems quite vulnerable and like definitely not as good on curve. Obviously the ultimate's pretty good, but that takes a second or so to get to. Children's Edict, lose a land. You know what I mean? Like, that type of vibe. I think it could definitely perhaps be good after rotation, once it matters a lot more that you can add 1 mana of any color. Like, then she would be a fantastic enabler in 5-color decks once you lose the Triumphs and, like, slow lands and whatnot. But I wouldn't be surprised if from good after rotation she goes to not the vibe. Like, it's so difficult to predict rotation anyway. Yeah, it might lead to something at some point, but definitely not in the current meta. And I'm not sure if I could see it in, like, older formats either. So... yeah, maybe, like, you proliferate into the ultimate or something, but that seems like a... what's that? Did someone say earlier, like, Disneyland vibes? Seems like Disneyland, where, like, you have perfect circumstances to, like, proliferate into stuff. And proliferation even, like, is more into what, like, blue and black or something than it is in green at the moment in Standard. So I'm just gonna say, like, between good after rotation and not the vibe, depending on what it needs. So, that's my take on Ren. Anyways, took a second or so, sorry about that. Alright, well, we're not done yet, guys. We're not done yet with the Mythics, I don't think. We're still in Rares. Or Mythics, I mean, and then we're soon going to Rares. Up next, Zimone and Dinah in the colors of Sultai. 3 mana, 3/4. Okay, that's a good statistic. Those are good stats. Tell me more, Basti. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay, Shelly. We see you. You can then tap to sacrifice another creature, draw a card. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. If you draw 8 more lands, repeat this process once. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. Okay. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card, put a land card from your... It's difficult, guys. Difficult. Yeah, like, this card kind of wants, like, connive stuff, is what I'm thinking. Like, draw your second card each turn, target opponent loses 2 life. But then it's in the colors of Sultai, and, like, the connive stuff is usually in, like, white. Obviously, like, blue and black have a lot of card draw. That's what I'm thinking. Like, to me, it screams EDH out of 10. I like Sultai. Like, card draw is gonna be relevant to me. Yeah, the thing is, like, there's no sorcery on the sacrifice, which I like. And 3/4 are good stats. But I don't see the right deck for this yet, is my problem. Yeah, like, you can definitely do, like, Bankbuster onto Zimone and Dinah turn 3 through Bankbuster. Sorcery Speed, sacrifice another creature is really good too. Like, in response to removal, you can sacrifice, draw a card. You know, like, the thing is, that the only problem I have with this card is that I cannot think of a deck where this would want to go in. So either you build around it, but I'm not really seeing much happening in the colors of Sultai. So you either build around it, or you wait till after rotation. And I think a 3 mana 3/4 that can sacrifice an instant speed to draw a card, and has, like, the upside of lose 2 life, you gain 2 life whenever you draw, can be really, really good. I just don't think the right deck's there for it yet. So instead of throwing it in EDH out of 10, which is what I was thinking initially, I think this could be a card that gets good after rotation. Or, like, when there's a new set, and, like, you can find, like, a Sultai deck that wants to play this. Because, like, all the stats on it are good, and everything that it does is good. I just can't think of a deck that would want it. It does a lot for very little. And it's like, we're not looking at like a fucking 3 mana, like 1/2 or something. It's a 3/4. And anything with 4 toughness gets like super interesting in standard, with there being so many like 3 power creatures. So I'm gonna put a good after rotation. Just because I can't find a deck to put it in at the moment. But I think it could definitely do a thing or two. At some point in time. Because it's simply too good to not do anything. So, anyways, we move on. Okay. Zurgo, an Ojutai, a 5 mana 4/4 Orc Dragon, flying in haste, has hexproof as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. Whenever one or more dragons you control deal combat damage to a player or battle, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. You may return one of those dragons, its owners. So you can bounce a dragon back into your... Five mana 4/4 flying haste. Draw a card. That's what we're looking at. To make it more like... in colors of Jeskai as well, so it's quite limited. Yeah. I don't know. The last time we had a 5 mana 4/4, that's all a shitload of play, was the Goldspan Dragon. But the Goldspan Dragon gave you fucking treasure, and like that would tap for 2. So you could protect it. And it was just in red, and not in the colors of Jeskai. I'm really tempted to put this EDH out of 10. Because first of all, A, I cannot find a deck that would want this at the moment. In my mind. And like, B, after rotation, it still seems like a 5 mana 4/4 in Jeskai. Like, it feels more like I want to build like a dragon deck or something. I don't know. Yeah, it definitely doesn't have a deck. But for 5 mana, does it do enough? Like, does it really do enough for 5 mana? I don't know. I don't know. I'm tempted to just throw it in EDH out of 10. It looks like it does too little. Like, does Control want this at the top end or something? Hexproof as long as it enters the battlefield. Okay, whenever one more dragons control the combat player or battle, look at the cards of the library, put one into your hand, rest at the bottom of your library in any order. I don't know. I feel like it's EDH out of 10. Yeah, I know it's a May ability, but it's still like an ability that I don't know how relevant it will be. Like, it can technically, like, balance itself and protect it, right? Is what it's saying. But one of them... You may return one of those dragons, and it says whenever one or more dragons is combat damage from your player, flip 2 cards. Like, I feel like the more dragons you play, the stronger this gets, right? If I play a dragon on turn 4, and I play Zurgo, all of a sudden I'm drawing... Or is it not? Whenever one or more dragons... No, it doesn't. It just gets you one thing, right? Because it's not like Gix, the Gix in standard. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't do enough. I'm saying EDH out of 10. We move on. Who needs to... I mean, connecting for the card is relatively easy enough because it does have hexproof, but nah, EDH out of 10. Okay, so I guess we are through our mythics here. I'm finally getting into the rares. First rare, Ancient Imperiosaur, which is a 7 mana 6/6, but it does have Convoke, and then you get a 6/6 with Trample War 2. When it enters the battlefield, you put 2 1/1 counters on it for each creature that invoked it. Hold on, I don't even have the image up. There it is, sorry about that. I don't know. It feels a lot like a win more type of card to me, chat. Like, if I'm ever at a point where I'm casting this for relatively cheap, so I get like a super big Trample War dinosaur, I've probably already won the game. Like, I don't know. Yeah, limited out of 10 for sure. I just don't know if I can see it in constructed or something. Because, like, at that point, I've already won the game, I think. If I spent, like, if I convoke this with, like, 3 creatures, and I cast it for, like, 5, or if I cast it for 5, I don't know. Convoke with 4 creatures, cast for... Then, like, you've already won the game, I don't know. I'll probably put it in Not the Vibe. Seems like a lot more like a win more card. I don't know, maybe like dinosaurs want this. I guess it gets stonks if you have like a lot of token stuff. Like if you can throw like 5 tokens on the board and cast this for 2, you kind of set. But then again, like when I'm thinking of tokens in the current like constructed environment, I'm thinking more mostly of white. So I'm gonna put it in Not the Vibe. Put it in Not the Vibe. Okay. Up next. Archpriest of Shadows. 5 mana, 4/4. Carries the backup a keyword, which is when this creature enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. If that's another creature, it goes, or it gains the following ability till the end of turn. So if I put a 1/1 counter on another creature, I give it Death Touch. It's a human warlock. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So it's reanimation. When a creature A survives and B deals damage to battlefield or to the player or battle, and it does also give another Death Touch. Yeah, perhaps I feel like it's another limited out of 10. Like, if I want to reanimate, I'm just playing Cruelty of Gix, and it gives me much higher chances of reanimating. It doesn't have any form of evasion either. Like, this thing is not flying. It just doesn't have menace. It just has Death Touch. Like, you could just kind of, like, chump it till infinity type of vibe. It's kind of, like, limited out of 10. I'm throwing it in Not the Vibe. Like, if I want to reanimate and I want to do it through a creature, I think you're better off with that. What is it? The, 3 mana, -1/-1 the creatures. And then you have to tap it in order to reanimate something. Because this needs that, like, which tapping a creature and paying a cost. It's even much easier to get than connecting to the face. Like, I would play Geth over the Archpriest, and Geth sees 0 play. So, it's between Not the Vibe and Unplayable Trash. I'm just gonna put it in Not the Vibe. But it might actually be Unplayable Trash, because I cannot see any deck playing this stuff, so... Okay, our final verdict, Unplayable Trash. We move on. I don't think anything wants this. Or, like, just limited out of 10, I guess, which is not bad. Anyways, a girly I am very excited for. Ayara, Widow of the Realm. Ugh, this art, guys. Hee hee hee. I'm giggling in my chair. Hi, Queen. Welcome back. 3 mana, 3/3. Ayara, Widow of the Realm. Legendary creature, Elf Noble. Tap to sacrifice another creature or artifact. Ayara deals X damage to target opponent or battle. And you gain X life for X is the sacrifice permanent's mana value. You can then pay 5 in a Phyrexian mana. or like red, I guess. Activate only as a sorcery. You then transform her. And this art. This art. Ayara Furnace Queen. Legendary creature, Phyrexian Elf Noble. 4/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, return up to one target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Gains haste. Exile at the beginning of next end step. I wish it was good. I'm sorry. I wish it was good, but the transform is first of all incredibly expensive, and then completely relies on Ayara surviving. Like, I can cast the transform cost and still have her removed before combat, and I haven't accomplished shit. Sacrifice another creature artifact. So free sacrifices are always really interesting. But then it deals X damage to target opponent or battle, where X is a sacrifice permanent's mana value, and with that I have an issue. Because if it was power or toughness, or like anything of those sorts, we would be like, okay, we could be talking. But mana value becomes so bad because it completely eliminates you sacrificing tokens to her. So you're sacrificing non-token creatures at that point. And that becomes good if you have, like, a claim effect or anything. Maybe. Maybe. Sacrificing opponents' things, but there are no cheap ways to steal something. I think the cheapest you get at stealing something is 3 mana. So it would be like turn 3 Ayara, turn 4 steal something, then sacrifice it. But then that also heavily depends again, like, what is the mana value of the opponent's creature, and like... Yeah, if Claim the Firstborn was in Standard, this card would be much better, but... I also wish it was any permanent, rather than just opponent. So, I have a lot of issues with this, unfortunately. And it's so much worse than the original Ayara. Like, the original Ayara was like a 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever a, like, black creature enters the battlefield, your opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Sacrifice black creature, draw a card. Or sacrifice a creature, draw a card or something. Or I think black creature. Migrim, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your support. So I got issues with this. I wish she was good, but I don't think she is. Is she a bestie? And will I try to work with her? Absolutely. I would throw her in a bunch of, like, decks and try to make her work, and every time I activate her, get disappointed. If only she worked on power, you could then, like, combine her with Furnace Punisher, or the... No, not the Furnace Punisher, the, Oh yeah, I think it is. You could combine her with a bunch of goblins, you could then combine her with, like, the, 3 mana, like, token generator. That 1/1, then 2/1, then 3/1. What is it? The Furnace something something? Look, thank you for the 27. Appreciate you. Grooven, thank you for the 30. Appreciate that so much. Long times, you guys. Appreciate both of you support. Thank you. Thank you. So, I don't know, guys. Bestie out of 10, but she's definitely not the vibe, or even, like, unplayable trash. It'll probably be sweet and, like, limited or something if you're playing Sacrifice, but... Because, like, she's more, like, you know, ooh, my board state is stalled and limited. Let me sacrifice some, like, 3 drops and 4 drops and throw them to the face because I can't do shit anyway. Because she also sacrifices instant speed. Like, I block with my, like, limited 4-drop. I sacrifice it. I get through your stalled board state. I'm killing you. So it's kind of, like, limited out of 10. I might just try to, like, work with her, but... Yeah, unplayable trash, bestie out of 10. Depending on if I can get, like, a 40% win rate with her, bestie. If it's lower than that, unplayable trash. So... I wish she was good, though. I was very excited for Yara, but I just can't see it. I just can't see it. Her art's incredible, though. Definitely one of my favorite pieces of the set. Okay, Beryl and Kari Seth. 3 mana, 2/4 is at colors. First Strike Menace. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell, each turn you may cast a spell with lesser mana value that shares a card type with it from your hand without paying its mana. What a fucking sentence. Let me read that 5 times to understand it. If you don't, create First Mate Regavan, a legendary 2/1 red monkey pirate creature token, gains haste until the end of turn. Another monkey? I don't know. So, how can we simplify this? 3 mana, 2/4, first strike menace. Okay, that doesn't do a whole lot. First strike and menace on a 2/4 is okay. Meh. Then whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery, you may cast a spell with lesser mana value. If you don't, create Ragavan. So it's not just like, I play this for 3, I don't have an instant sorcery to cast, I get Ragavan. It's literally like, we have to cast an instant sorcery, then decline the free spell, and then we get Ragavan. Like, that's not the vibe. like, I'm sorry. That's just not the vibe. Like, maybe, like, I don't know. Like, maybe it works in, like, an Izzet. What is the, like, Young Peasy in Standard right now? That's in the colors of Izzet as well. If I'm, like, throwing that Young Peasy on 2, Kari Zeph, Barrel and Kari Zeph on 3, and then maybe turn 4 or something, I throw, like, a spell phase. Yeah, it does work on your opponent's turn as well, I think. It doesn't say that it's limited. So you would get a 2/1 Ragavan if, like, on your opponent's turn you're casting, like, a Shulk and then decline the free spell. So it's quite interesting. And Ragavan does stick around. So, like, Ragavan you could block with that. Jump with it, and then get a Ragavan back. So it's quite defensive, but I can also see it as an offense. I guess Ragavan sticking might make it a little bit more interesting. And a 2/4 puts it out of cut down range, which is pretty important. Let me just make it clear, I'm not sure if I see this in, like, other formats. Like, does Phoenix want this? I don't know. Maybe it's just mid. I'll put it in mid. There's a shitload of text on this, and the fact that Ragavan stays on the board is pretty good. The fact that it's out of cut down range is pretty good. It's a very defensive card that can turn offensive with, like, the Ragavans and the copying. There's a shelf, but it's kind of fact this is a reason to play the deck. Yeah, the thing is, I just don't see anywhere that this fits, but you can definitely work around it. Like, I would try to build a deck around this card. I'm gonna put it in mid. It's definitely something that I'm building something around during early access. I'll put it on my, my list of things to play with. Beryl and Karizav. Alright. I'm gonna put it in mid, though. Just because I don't think it has the right shell, or it could ever be in a shell that's strong enough. But it's cool. It's cool. And it definitely does a lot, so. Alright. Up next, my friends, Bloated Processor. 3 mana, 3/2. Sacrifice another Phyrexian, put a 1/1 counter on Bloated. When Bloated Processor dies, incubate X for X is its power. So this is a card a lot of besties have come to me already, you know, as a sacrifice enjoyer and enthusiast. Free sacrifices are fucking strong as hell. And this is one of those cards. The sacrifices are free, instant speed. There are, like, Phyrexian... There's a lot of, like, synergy in Phyrexian creatures in white-black with sacrifice stuff attached to it. Sacrifice another Phyrexian, put a 1/1 counter on it. Like, you don't really care about the 1/1 counters too much. You care about the free sacrifices, is how I'm looking at it. When it dies, incubate, access its power. I don't know, like, free sacrifices, it's just one thing. Free sacrifices should never be, like, underestimated. But the fact that it's limited to a Phyrexian makes it so that it's almost always going to be relevant only on your side. Like, what I could see with this is, like, if you combine this with, like... And I'm once again talking about Standard, because I cannot see this in an older format. if you play this in Standard and you play it with, like, Ashlizzlle Core, and you just have a bunch of, like... Are Mites... Do Mites count as Phyrexian? Or is it just a Mite? Hold on, how do the Mite tokens read? Phyrexian Mite, right? So they have the Phyrexian tag on them. You could just sacrifice some Phyrexians, like some Mite tokens, and maybe, like, get a bunch of, like, death effects. And that's maybe where it could be good, but it needs a very specific shell. I can only see it in Standard. So I think it's probably not the vibe. Or between mid and not the vibe. It needs a very specific shell, but there is a lot of support in Black and White Sacrifice. And a lot of those cards already carry Phyrexian tags, like Vron is a Phyrexian, Ashlizzlle Core is a Phyrexian. So there's definitely going to be a white-black Phyrexian Sacrifice aristocrat-type deck. The question is just how good is it going to be? I think that's what makes this card between mid and not the vibe. If that deck turns out to be shit, it's not the vibe. If that deck turns out to be good, it's mid. If a lot of that deck survives rotation, this card will be good after rotation. I think that's what it depends on. Which makes it very, like, awkward, I guess. But at the moment, with the current knowledge of Standard, it's probably not the vibe. But I'm hoping it's going to be mid, and I'm hoping it will be good after rotation. That's my verdict on that one. Free sacrifices shouldn't be underestimated, but it depends a lot on whether or not, like, all the cards around it are going to be good, so... Yeah, I hope it's going to end up being good after rotation, but for now, you know. Okay, guys. It's time for an absolute fucking banger. Our favorite card, one of my favorite cards. Bloodfeather Phoenix. Phoenix Chicken, adult Phoenix Chick. Has arrived. Bloodfeather Phoenix, 2 mana, 2/2, flying. Cannot bulk. Whenever an instant or sorcery spell you control deals damage to an opponent or battle, you may pay 1 red. If you do, return Bloodfeather Phoenix from your grave to the battlefield against haste. An icon, the moment, a legend. Absolutely fantastic for red decks. I'm so excited. Like, this could even work. You know, you have so many of those, like a throw of possibility type effects. That's what it's called. Like, discard to draw 2. Like, thanks, Bessie. Like, let me do that and throw a shock face and get my Phoenix back type of vibe. Like, I think this is really good. I think this is going to be an easy 4-off in mono red. Like, this combined with, like, Phoenix Chick, the fact that it has, like, flying, the fact that when it returns from the battlefield, it gains haste. Like, it doesn't just return to the board, it gains fucking haste. So, like, I mean, bestie, come on now. It's gonna be between Willsey play and a Constructed All-Star for me. Like, this could fit in, like, a Prowess deck. This could fit in, like, an Izzet type of deck. This could fit in, like, regular mono red. I could see this in the current red version as, like, a 4-off already. And it would allow you to play, like, more card draw, discard card to, you know, gain anything off it. Needs to be removed from the graveyard. Help revive Phoenix Chick. Like, this is really good. Curious if this could fit in Phoenix Pioneer. Honestly, I'm no Phoenix Pioneer expert, but I could fucking see it. I could really see it. Like, this could go in formats, like, beyond Standard. I'm actually tempted to throw it in the Constructed All-Star. Like, this is everything we've ever dreamed of. Phoenix Chicken Joyous, we won tonight. You know? I'm very excited. Very excited. Okay. Constructed All-Star. Definitely in Standard, maybe even older formats. We wish it good luck. Yeah, 100% Willsey play at a minimum, but I think I'm confident enough to call it an All-Star. Alright. That was a good one. Very excited for that card. Boonbringer Valkyrie. 5 mana, 4/4. Angel Warrior, backup 1, which just means that it gives its abilities to another creature. And gives a 1/1 counter. Flying, first strike, lifelink. Yeah, what is that? Like, what, in the Baneslayer Angel? 5 mana, though. Eee. A backup Baneslayer. Yeah, I would almost call it, like, unplayable as fuck, but then I realized that Control plays a one-off Baneslayer Angel on the sideboard. Pioneer. Um, so, I mean, I guess it... But does it really replace Baneslayer Angel? I don't know. Make it a 2/2 for 3 and I play it in Angels, right? Like 5 mana, though? Baneslayer at home. I don't know. It's definitely not a bad creature, but shit, 5 mana? Limited bomb. Oh, limited bomb for sure. Yeah, but the thing is, like I said, Baneslayer Angel is seen play as a one-off in Pioneer, so does that mean it's a sideboard play? Is it a sideboard card at that? Yeah, is it like a great control sideboard card? Like, worst case, like, you give the backup to, like, a token from the Wandering Emperor, you get a little bit more lifelink. And flying? I think it might be a sideboard play card, just based on the information that we have control decks out here playing Baneslayer Angel. And I think they would easily replace Baneslayer or Baneslayer with a Valkyrie for more life gain. So I think that would be it's replacing Baneslayer Angel in whatever decks play Baneslayer Angel. So we're gonna just put it in sideboard play, knowing that Control has Baneslayers in the sideboard. So that's it on that. Alright, and now for what in the actual fuck is going on. Reach the multiverse. 7 mana sorcery. This better win the fucking game. Each player mills 10 cards. Wee woo wee woo. Commander alert. For each player, choose a creature. Wee woo wee woo. Commander alert. Choose a creature or planeswalker card in a player's graveyard. Wee woo wee woo. Put those cards onto the battlefield under your control, and each creature you control becomes a Phyrexian, and it's additional to its other types. Are there Commander players in the chat? Would you want this card? Because if not, it's unplayable chat. If there's Commander players here that don't give a fuck, we will just put it in unplayable trash. I'm not too familiar with Commander. I'm not sure if you would even want this stuff. I mean, there's probably some gamers in Commander that are like, you know what? I would want this and be like that bitch and steal some stuff. I don't know. Is it an EDH banger? That I do not know. I don't have too much knowledge about EDH, but it's definitely a card designed for EDH. So we'll put it in EDH out of 10. Good luck to everyone that wants to be evil in Commander. This is the card to do it with, I guess. May you open it. Good luck. Good luck, besties. Alright, we move on. Chrome hosts Sea Shark. 3 mana 2/4 Phyrexian Shark, flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, incubate X for X that spell's mana value. Selling it to a commander play out of 10, yeah. Yeah, I am really low on incubate stuff. Really low. From a constructed POV. Limited POV, different story. Incubate will probably, like, be quite good there. Constructed, incubate seems very bad to me. Would Control really want a 3 mana 2/4 so that they can incubate X based on whenever you cast a non-creature spell? I don't know. I don't know. I'm seeing that's a no from me. I'm putting it in unplayable trash. Like a 3 mana. I can see a control deck wanting to play like a 3 mana 2/4 to get incubate tokens. Like, there's so many more efficient ways to get like stuff on the board and win through tokens. Like, incubate is just jumping through so many hoops. Like, nah, absolutely not. Limited, probably. It's just a limited card. I don't think it's anything for constructed besties. We move on. we move on. Okay. City on Fire. 8 mana enchantment, we can at least convoke it. And then if a source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals triple that damage. This is just seeing no play at all ever. Like, we have, what is the, we have a 3 mana enchantment in Standard that deals an additional 1 damage whenever, like, a red or artifact source, deals damage somewhere. And that sees 0 fucking play. And that's a 3 mana enchantment, Mechanized Warfare. You want me to believe that I, like, want to play an 8 mana enchantment that triples my damage? Nah, thanks. And you also need to convoke it. Like, if you can get this on, like, the board for, like, 3 mana or something. But I need 5 tokens or creatures in order to, like, fucking get it cheap? Nah. I don't even think EDH wants this. I think it's just unplayable trash. Yeah, like, even in EDH, it's win more. Like, no. No. No, I'll just, like, get, like, Torbran from somewhere if I care about, like, that in, like, older formats. Yeah, maybe, like, Brawl, right? Like, Brawl or stuff. I don't know. I don't even think people want that in those formats. EDH players want to play this? Surprising effects that have this are really popular in EDH. Okay, well, let's put it in EDH out of 10 then. Apparently, EDH players want to cast 8 mana enchantments that triple their damage. So, okay, EDH players. Go ahead. Have fun with it. Have a good time and enjoy triple your damage. I guess. Enjoy, besties. Enjoy. Fiery Emancipation? I'm actually gonna have to look this card up right now. But I mean, that's 6, I guess. Ah, okay, I mean, sure, sure. I guess people want that, go ahead. Yeah. Sure. 1 for the commander players. Yeah, complete the circuit. 6 mana, convoke instant. You may cast sorcery spells this turn as though they had flash. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell twice, you may choose new targets. What? Yes. Elrond Epiphany decks would probably nut over this. Like, I can only see this somewhere to benefit if you can take an extra turn and it somehow wins you the game? Something? Like, you can convoke with, like, tokens that you plan on winning the game with. Like, this probably goes hard with something like that, but it still seems like jumping through a lot of hoops. I don't know. Yeah, you either break this card completely and it's gonna be like a finisher in your deck compared with some like extra turns. Or like you maybe play it in like, yeah, like an Izzet Pyromancer deck and you can just convoke your tokens and then copy some burn spells, but nah. Not the vibe, even though I feel like someone might break it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It probably is better than it looks, but it still needs a lot of things to go right for you in order for you to get a lot of value from it. So in that sense, it kind of feels like a Disneyland card. Because you need to have perfect, like, a perfect environment, and then, like, top deck this card, and then, like, you know. So, okay, sure. Oh, what is this? On Apple. Sure, yeah. I'm gonna call it not the vibe. Hopefully someone is gonna get a sick turn with this card and throw it on YouTube, and, like, that's the one and only thing we're gonna hear of this, I guess. Okay, so up next, Deeproot Wayfinder. 2 mana, 2/3 Merfolk. Whenever Deeproot Wayfinder deals combat damage to a player or battle, surveil 1, then you may return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Taps. Merfolk gamers, how we feeling? How we feeling? Combat damage to a player or battle, surveil 1, may return a tap. So this gets, like, stonks when, like, you know, you're playing, like, Merfolk. There's a land on the top, you throw it into the graveyard and you bring it back. Like, that's very strong, right? And if not, you just reveal a card you want to the top. Thing is, it is a 2 mana, 2/3. Does Merfolk want this? The way this is reading to me, like, I can see it as an historic Merfolk, which means that it probably isn't happening in, like, modern Merfolk or anything of the sort either. What I'm thinking, and this is a lot of, like, this is speculation, obviously, but I mean, it's safe speculation. A lot of these cards, a lot of these rares, and even commons and commons, have Ixalan, creature types attached to them, and this is one of them. So I wouldn't be surprised if once we return to Ixalan after Eldraine, the Merfolk Scout, this could be, like, very much played. Yeah, like, it doesn't even have to be a tribal card. But the thing is, I feel like it has to be played in tribal, because a 2/3 stats are not gonna cut it. I feel like this thing needs to be a 3/4. Because there's no trample, there's no menace, there's no, like, flying, there's no evasion of any kind, right? So either you combine this with, like, removal to clear the way, or you buff into like a creature that needs to be chumped. And to me, that's where it screams tribal, which is why I'm, like, kind of looking at it from a tribal POV. Because a 2/3 in standard just doesn't do enough. And I'm definitely not seeing this ever in, like, like a Fatal Push environment or something. I'm not talking about a printed 3/4 for 2. I'm saying if you combine a Merfolk Lord with this, you have a 3/4. The reads like green-black value. But that's what I'm saying. There are so many ways. If you want to fill up your graveyard, you're not going to do it through attacking to the face and then surveilling 1. There are just so many cards that, like, on the battlefield, they mill 3 cards, right? So, like, why would green-black graveyard value want this stuff? Because it doesn't do anything. No ETB value. You need to attack and then connect face, and then you get to put 1 card in the graveyard. Yeah, we have the Hexcatcher. You ramp a land, if you're lucky. That's why I'm looking at it, like, there's gonna be some, like, Ixalan. We're gonna return to Ixalan, and we're gonna get some value, and then this card might see play. I don't know, maybe there's a deck that I'm missing, like, my knowledge of Magic constructed mostly lies within Standard, Pioneer, a little bit of Modern, Historic, Explorer, Alchemy, and I don't see this anywhere at the moment, but I'm also no, like, Merfolk expert. So I'm thinking, like, this is, like, a setup for Ixalan. So that's my 2 cents. And, like, anyone that says graveyard decks want this, there's no fucking way, because it's just way too slow for that. It's way too slow. So it's gonna be between good after rotation based on the Merfolk that gets added with Ixalan, or it's just gonna be not the vibe. That's what I'm saying, like, at least if you have a tribal, like, Merfolk Lord to combine with this, you'd have a 3/4, and that's, like, much easier to go face with a 3/4 than it is with a 2/3. So That's my 2 cents. Between good after rotation based on how good the merfolk get and not the vibe. So, anyway. Interesting card though. Like, I do hope it's in like a setup for Ixalan. I really do. Maybe we get like a Explorer back or something in Ixalan, and it could be like much easier to have the graveyard be relevant and stuff. Like, that would be really cool. I'd like to see that. I hope it's a nice like setup for Ixalan. Anyways, cool card coming up. Jeru and Hazoret. So this is the card that people have compared to Inoda. 5 mana, 5/4. Legendary creature, human god. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, Jeru and Hazoret has Vigilance and Haste. So that's like the callback to Hazoret. And then whenever Jeru and Hazoret attacks, look at the top 6 card of your library. You may exile a legendary creature card from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Until end of turn, you may cast the exile card without paying its mana cost. Right. So, like, there's someone that's gonna, like, get, like, fucking Atraxa from this stuff, and it's gonna throw it on YouTube. Good luck to that person. I hope I can be the first. But, 5 mana, 5/4, with the potential of getting a legendary creature on attacking. It's like, it's a weird, because you need to have your deck stacked with legendaries, first of all. But then also, like, the card gets good if you cast it as one of, like, the last card in your hand, or if you have 1 more card left in your hand. All that I'm saying is, like, free to cast cards are broken usually. And someone is gonna break it. Someone is gonna work with this one way or another. I don't know how, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. So, especially with cards like Atraxa and stuff that it can hit. Think of Esper Legends in a 5-color shell. Eliota, throw in Atraxa, it will be broken. Yeah, you're gonna have to do this in like some legendary creature tribal, and then throw in some Atraxas and get yourself the potential of casting that. Martyr Legends. Naya Legends. Dump your hand quickly. Throw a Jeru and Hazoret after it. Potentially get Atraxa. Like, okay. Or any other legendary. I mean, the second this spell casts something for free, you've gotten your value. So I think you can very easily get value from this. But where do we put it? Where do we put it? We'll see play? Or good after rotation, or mid? I think probably mid, based on, like, how good do we see Naya Legends becoming? I'm really torn between will see play and mid. Like, where's Naya Legends at right now, and how easily can we get this for, like, the haste cost? I'm gonna play it safe and put it in mid. But the second someone finds a way to make this card consistent, it's definitely, like, a will see play. Good after rotation, maybe. At the moment, I think mid. But it's definitely a card that has, like, broken potential to it. You know? It's got broken potential to it. So I wouldn't just, like, write it off. Okay. Up next, Doomscar Warrior. 4 mana, 4/3, human warrior, backup 1. So it gives trample, a 1/1 counter, and trample to something. Whenever this creature does combat damage to a player or battle, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand, press on the bottom of your library in random order. Oh. Four mana, 4/3. Like, this should have been like a 5/4. Or something. Yeah, like the fact that it's a 4/3 fucking hurts. It's either, it should have either been a 3-mana 4/3 or a 4-mana 5/3. But I mean, I guess you get the most value if you give it something else, no, with the backup. But that's what I'm saying, like, technically it's a 5/4, but then you put the trample on its creature itself. I want it to be a 5/4 with a backup one, so it can become, like, a 6/5. Yeah, I understand how backup works, but I'm saying I want it as a 5/4, so that it becomes a 6/5. For 4, and then we're talking about a good card. Not just, like, 4/3 target itself with the backup. Okay. Like, a 5/4 for 4 is still not good enough. If it would be, like, a 6/5 for 4, I'm thinking about playing it. Because then the trample gets more relevant, too. I don't know. I think it's just gonna be, like, a not the vibe because it's too expensive. It's... I mean... No. I don't think this is good enough. I don't think this is good enough. Is this not the set where we get a... What is it, like a 3-mana 5/4 anyway? What card am I thinking of in green? Is that a rare? Am I thinking of a different set? What is that card? Oh, Polukranos Reborn is a 4/5 for 3 mana. Yeah, I think this is too expensive. It should have been a 3 mana 4/3. And then it would see play. Yeah, if it was a 5/4 and then I can make it a 6/5 for 4, I'm thinking, okay, we can work with this. But 4 mana 4/3 with potential to be a 5/4 if you target yourself is not good. I'm gonna put it in not the vibe. Not unplayable trash, but it's definitely not the vibe. It's just a bit too expensive. Center, you have to ask, can this attack through Shelly, and it's bad that this can't when it backups something else. Yup. I mean, it would be very good at 3 mana, but if you want to play, like, a card that kind of feels like mono greenish, or like Gruul aggro-ish, then, like, you need to be looking at something a little cheaper. So. Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying, but then you have a 4/3. So, it's fucking 4 mana. I think that's what's the turn off about the card. So I'm putting it in not the vibe. Should have been a little bit cheaper. Alright, up next, Draina and Linvala. Super early, like, revealed Vampire Angel, 4 mana 3/4, Flying and Vigilance. Love the art. The new roommates. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated. Draina and Linvala has all activated abilities of all creatures your opponents control. May spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate those abilities. Just to stop. I want to say bestie out of 10 because I'm just such a fucking fan of the flavor and the art. And the fact that they're fucking roommates out of 10. And I love both vampires and angels. Yeah, it feels like an EDH card where, like, you want to fuck over your friends and be like, haha, you all work with activated abilities, I'm stealing everything. So, like, that makes it, like, EDH out of 10. And to be fair, I would play this EDH deck because, you know, they are roommates. Yeah. Thing is, what abilities are in standard? The thing you have to ask yourself there is, like, what's his play with Tyvar? And that's, like, a couple cards come to mind, and that's Kiki and Harvester. In older formats, you got, like, a bunch of more cards that work with activated abilities. Yeah, the most important one by far is Kiki. And if your Draina and Linvala steals your Kiki, a Kiki activation, like that's that's fucking great. But it feels like so niche, and that's like Disneyland vibes, and I feel like this card at its best is just an EDH card. But fucking love the flavor though. EDH out of 10 and Bestie out of 10. I'll give it both of those ratings. Art is incredible. Love it. Big fan. That Kiki is now your Kiki. Yeah, that's really cute. Like, that's funny. Alright, another rare. Dusk Legion Duelist. Vampire Soldier. 2 mana, 2/2. Vigilance. Whenever one of 1/1 counters are put on Dusk Legion Duelist, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this is a great backup enabler. Like, if I have backup and I can put it on a Dusk Legion Duelist, give it some, like, give it a counter, give it some abilities, draw a card off it. Like, that's great. I think there's also a bunch of, like, 1/1 counter type synergy cards in green as well. And if there's ever a creature I want to give 1/1 counters to, it's definitely gonna be the Dusk Legion Duelist. Like, that's fucking great. I don't know how good 1/1 counter thingies are. There is a new Ashlizzlle. Yeah, there is definitely, like, a hardened skills theme in the set. Like, 1/1 counters is definitely, like, a limited archetype. Yeah, natural synergy with the Wandering Emperor and stuff. I think the card is between mid and will see play, depending on how good 1/1 counters are in general. It does carry the soldier tag as well, but 1/1 counters aren't too relevant in soldiers. Yeah, the Siege Veteran, it comes to mind though. Siege Veteran and Dusk Legion Duelist is like fucking incredible. Like, that's really good. I think we'll see play sounds reasonable too. I think so. I'm gonna give it like the benefit of the doubt. Pioneer Mono White wants this all day. Is that true? I think Pioneer Mono White's more human-based, right? Than it is like vampire-based. But like the Luminarch Aspirant, like the 1/1 counter giver on turn 2, is fucking great. Like, anything that can, like, on, you know, any point of any turn give a 1/1 counter, like, stonks. I think it's a will see play. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. Will see play. And I also think it being a Dusk Legion Duelist Vampire Soldier will give it some, like, excellencies. But the fact that it's a soldier, a 2/2 with vigilance and card draw potential, definitely will see play. It already fits in soldiers, and it might even go, like, fucking deeper, right? Like, even, like, 1/1 counter. If I'm playing a 1/1 counter deck, I'm playing 4 of this card, which says enough about it. I'm throwing it in will see play. Easy, easy, benefit of the doubt. Easy, easy. Okay. Aaron and Giada. You've seen a lot about this. 3 mana, 2/3, flash, flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast spells with flash or flying from the top of your library. Ooh. Ooh, my bestie out of 10 card. So whatever happens to this card, an archetype has to be created around it. That's step 1. I think there's a lot of flesh in, like, cards in, like, at least Pioneer and stuff. But then I wonder, like, does something like Spirits? Or do you just create a new archetype altogether that works with flesh? Yeah, I think this is definitely, like, a Pioneer card. Like a Pioneer tempo deck type of stuff. It's also definitely, like, EDH. Yeah, Slither Wisp, like, that's what I was thinking. Like, I would fucking throw this in, like, a Slither Wisp deck and, like, live my absolute best life. So yeah, I think could definitely be, like, create, support a new archetype and, like, pioneer. But because it's based on a new archetype being created, and I don't know how good that will do, I'm putting it in bestie out of 10, because I'll definitely play with it. I love tempo decks, I love flash stuff. I don't know how good it will be, but this is definitely going to support an archetype, and we'll see play, and I love it. So it's going to be bestie out of 10 for me. And I'm excited to see what happens to this card, right? It might also be that a lot more, like, flash cards are going to come to standard. Don't forget that the next set after March of the Machine is going to be Eldraine. And Eldraine has got quite some flash cards in there, with, like, fairies and whatnot. So it could be that Aaron and Jada is just a tease for what's to come, and it will be, like, eventually good after rotation or something, and see standard support. So, I don't know, I hope it's a tease of things that will, like, happen in the future, basically. Essence of Orthodoxy. 5 mana, 3/3 creature Phyrexian. Flying. Whenever Essence of Orthodoxy or another Phyrexian enters the battlefield under your control, incubate 2. Like, that just reads limited out of 10 to me. Like, we've already discussed how, I mean, at least, part of me hopes that I'm wrong about this, but incubate just seems like such a limited mechanic. I just cannot see it in constructed at all, unless, like, artifacts are very relevant to you. But this is just, like, an incubate. Like, this is just something like, ooh, pack 1, pick 1, Essence of Orthodoxy, let's see what kind of incubate stuff I can find, and if I can find incubate payoff. And that even depends on, like, whether or not, like, going hard on incubate's even gonna be good and limited. So, I'm probably putting it in unplayable trash. Just because it's super expensive. It's a 3/3 for 5. Needs to rely on you, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a 3/3 for 5. It incubates for 2 upon entering the battlefield, and then also when you play a Phyrexian, it incubates 2. But I'm just not high on incubate at all. So, constructed unplayable trash, probably, like, I mean, like, in limited, people are already like, okay, like a 3/3, and then you fit flying, and then you create a fucking 2/2, but then, or like incubate 2, like, okay, stonks, like, type of energy. Definitely not the worst rare that you can find, so yeah, it's definitely, like, a limited-ish card, if that at all. So, anyway. This art fucking is sick. Already seen a lot of people excited about this. Italy, Primal Conqueror, 7 mana, 7/7, Elder Dinosaur, Trample. Whenever Italy enters the battlefield, each player exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a null-land card. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Yeah, that's just, like, Commander out of 10. The more players you can steal shit from, the more value you're gonna get. And based on that information alone, EDH out of 10. Love the art, though. Absolutely fantastic. Themies of the World, rejoice. Yeah. Themies of the World, this one's for you. EDH out of 10 is what I'm giving it. Okay, so now it's time to move on to our World Champion card. And this is where Giada could become relevant, because we have Fairy Mastermind. 2 mana, 2/1, flash, flying, fairy rogue. Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, you draw a card. And then for 4, each player draws a card. So you basically... This is so hard to judge. This is so hard to say anything about. I don't know. Like, I don't know enough about fairy decks. I like that it's, like, a rogue. Like, this probably goes in formats that I do not play. Maybe. But it is a fairy, and it does have flash, and it is a flying 2-mana 2/1. It's a lot, it depends a lot on, like, whether or not, like, maybe Eldraine is gonna drop a lot of fairies into the meta. Maybe it's gonna drop a lot of rogues into the meta. Like it did last time around, like Eldraine was a great enabler for rogues. If I remember correctly. Yeah, if it was a spirit, like, okay, it'd be moving, but it's a fairy rogue. So, in order for me, as, like, an arena gamer plus pioneer to judge this card, I need a lot more information of future sets. A 2-mana 2/1 with flash and flying is good, though. And it definitely has potential. I think at the moment, unfortunately, I might have to put it in Not the Vibe. Just because I really can't see it anywhere right now. Like, if your opponent's drawing a lot of cards, second card, each turn draw a card, like, that's already relevant against, like, mono. White? No, not even. It's really difficult. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in Not the Vibe, and I feel like this card works with things exactly like... This card works with things that we are not familiar with yet. I feel like this is something that gets better once more cards get released, and it's a tease of the future. For now, I'm gonna put it in Not the Vibe. And... yeah. Well, the thing is, it doesn't go on you drawing a card, it goes on your opponent drawing a card. So it's like... It's either sideboard play, Not the Vibe, but it really depends, like, what we see in the future, so... That's that on that. I wouldn't mind if we can get more rogues. I would like to play rogues again. Hell, maybe even fairies. It's been a while. Okay, up next, Ghalta and Mevrin. 7 mana, 12/12, Dinosaur Vampire. Trample. Whenever you attack, choose one. Create a tapped and attacking XX green dinosaur creature token with trample, where X is the greatest power among other attacking creatures. Create X 1/1 white vampire creature tokens with lifelink, where X is the number of other attacking creatures. 3 mana Sorin plus this. Create X white vampire creature lifelink, for other attacking creatures. That's just like, it's just like, to cheat this out through, like, a 3-drop Sorin is fucking funny. But I don't know, man. Yeah, even if this is, like, your Cruelty of Gigstark, is it ever gonna be better than Atraxa? Yeah, no ward, no protection. And it relies on you attacking with other things. Which is kind of like their protection from, like, just reanimating it without, like, a board, right? It gets, the thing is, this thing gets good the second you can attack with it. Because then you can create a fucking another 12/12, but... It's fucking 7. Or does it say other? No. Wait, what? Oh, right. Other attacking creatures. You can't even copy itself. So then it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm putting in Not the Vibe. Someone is gonna do some jank with this. It's just not it. Yeah, maybe you can cheat. The thing is, shout out to my delusional ass casting, or, like, crafting 4 copies of Lord Xander thinking like, oh shit, cheat this out with Sorin into play, mill half of my opponent's library, thrive. Then when it attacks, it does something great. And then little did I know, Xander didn't do enough, always got murdered, and it was just worse than, like, you know, cheating something into play that draws cards. Says a lot about Galta and Mavrin. Like, if cheating Xander on turn 3 didn't do shit, then Galta and Mavrin on turn 3 isn't doing anything either. I don't think. Xander isn't a 12-12, but like... Yeah, nah. Nah, I'm gonna put in not the vibe. It's no Atraxa. Just nah. Alright. Just nah. Not the vibe. We move on. Waste of energy and time. Waste of wild cards. Up next, Glissa, Herald of Predation, and it's a 5-mana, 3/5 Phyrexian zombie elf, legendary creature. At the beginning of combat on your turn. So we have a creature with very whack statistics. Like a 5-mana, 3/5, like miss me there. No trample, no like first strike, no menace, no death touch, nothing. But she does have a beginning of combat on your turn ability, which is incubate 2 twice. Okay. Transform all incubator tokens you control, which is what she gets interesting. That's where she gets interesting. And then the third is for actions you control gain first strike and death touch until end of turn. So she's kind of like the incubator lord. Is how I'm seeing her. For actions you control gain first strike and death touch. It's also very like green-black poison is an archetype that exists. Maybe at some point you want to be an absent poison and put her at the top end. And that's definitely not bad. But you are looking at a 5-mana, 3/5. No ward, no protection, no nothing. It's the... I don't know. It's definitely not as powerful as the 3-drop Glissa is. And it's definitely no Shouldered. But I think I still want to put it in mid. Because if I'm ever playing Incubate, I want Glissa. If I'm playing, like, a lot of Phyrexians, I would probably want, like, a few Glissa at the top end. Like, if I can give my Mites First Strike and Death Touch, with the poison stuff being attached to them, the stuff gets really awkward for your opponent quickly. Like, they're kind of like force either lose a creature or take a poison counter. But I fucking wish she was 4 mana, because that would make her so much more playable than at 5. She's very interesting, but a bit expensive. And I think that's, yeah, she needed to be 4 in order to be, like, constructed playable. But she'll definitely see some play. She might not be great, but she can probably clutch some games. So I'll put her in mid. It's definitely, like, if I open a spec one big one, I'm building around it, though. But I just like Glissa, so that's me, I guess. Yeah, maybe after rotation potential, too. The Listening Dawn. 4 mana sorcery, incubate X twice for X is the number of lands you control. Like, this is literally, I'm gonna open 2 of these in my pre-release and just cry myself to sleep. Like, that's what the energy is of this card. Like, man, 4 mana to incubate X twice. So I just get a bunch of fucking artifacts that I still have to pay. 4 mana do nothing. Like, bestie. Like, thanks, I guess. Now I have 8 incubate. Like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah. Like, if I can have a Glissa and Glistening Dawn in the deck, you know, like stonks, and then combine them together, easy, but... Yeah, it's very... Incubate X twice, where X is the number of land. So, like, you get a... Like, an 8... Like, an incubate token worth, like, 8. 8 incubate thingies? But then, like, that's once again, like, you spend 4 mana now, you have to spend 4 mana the next turn. I don't know. 4 mana do nothing is just so bad. Stuff. I don't know. I like I said, I'm not high on Incubate at all. I think this is just, like, at least for Constructed, it's absolutely unplayable trash. So, nah. Not for me, bestie. Jank. It's just jank. Yeah. Just jank. Alright. Up next, something spicy. Grafted Butcher. 2 mana 2/2. When Grafted Butcher enters the battlefield, Phyrexians you control gain menace until the end of turn. Other Phyrexians you control get +1/+1. So it's a Phyrexian Lord. Gives all your Phyrexians menace as an extra, as an upside, which is cute, and effects. 4 mana, sacrifice artifact or creature, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. So kind of a way to like rebuy your Lord, similar to the one that Soldiers does. Somewhat similar. Really strong Lord. Like, that's a really strong Lord. Easy to animate. There's a lot of Phyrexians in green, in black, in white. It depends, like, how you want to do it. I'm putting it in We'll See play. There's a lot of good Phyrexians. Like, there's a fucking lot of good Phyrexians. And giving it a really efficient and cheap Lord is definitely another way to, like, buff up Phyrexians everywhere. However, does it fit in the current standard environment? In Poison, maybe. I feel like more than We'll See play, it's gonna be a good after rotation card. If anything, it's really between, are all the Phyrexians that are being dropped on us this set, plus this, like, Grafted Butcher, does that make Phyrexians a playable deck? And the vibe that I'm getting from this set is that they're kind of pulling the same thing that they did with Soldiers in the Brothers' War. They're really trying to push this archetype, and I think this is a great example of it. And I would definitely not be surprised if we get a Phyrexian deck that's on a similar power level to Soldiers, and that would make it a We'll See play card. So depending on if Phyrexians can get on the same power level as Soldiers, then it's a We'll See play. If that doesn't happen this standard, then it's definitely happening the next standard. And that's why it's between We'll See play and good after rotation. So now it's a coin flip on, like, whether or not we think the Phyrexian tribal deck is going to be good. And I think it will be. So I'm going to flip the coin and say We'll See play. Because the Phyrexians are, like, very much. There's a lot of them in this set. There's a lot of good lands for them. And now we have a fantastic Lord for them as well. So, yup. I'm putting it on We'll See play. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's good after rotation. So, that's my take on that one. Alright, up next. We still have some more rares. Guardian of Ghirapur. 3 mana, 3/3 Angel. See, these are good. You know, like the Angel tag, like the 3 mana, and like the 3/3. Okay, now let's read what it says. Enter the battlefield, exile up to one other target creature or artifact you control. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So it's kind of like a Blink vibe. I like Blink options too. There's just one issue that I have. Like, where would you play this? Like, wait, how would you... It would want to fit in, like, a Blink deck? Like, it's not even necessarily something Angels want. Unless you want to, like, really, like, buff up your... I don't think this is an Angel tribal card. I don't think Angels care. I don't think Angels really cares that much about all the ETBs. I think it's more like, you need to look at this card like a Blink card. Yeah, like, I could see this with, like, Prototype. Like, you could throw it with, the George and the Steel Seraph. That's where it gets cute. Maybe, like, other things. I mean, does Mono White want this? Mono White has a shitload of ETB effects, like the dog bitch with the horse. Is this a way to, like, can you, like, blink your Bank Buster with this and just rebuy your tokens? Or not rebuy your tokens, rebuy, like, the counters on it? Like refill your Bank Buster? There's, like, a lot of, like, Extraction Specialist comes to mind as well. You can blink your wedding announcement. No, you can blink wedding, it's just creature or artifacts. You can reblink Lauren. I think it can see play. The issue I see with it, though, is, like, how does this synergize with Elish Norn? Is there a synergy with the new, Elish Norn from Owl Be One? Does she not double, like, ETB effects? Or am I thinking of a different card? I'm probably thinking of I think she shuts them off. What card am I thinking of? What is Elish Norn, Mother of the what does that do? If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So she doubles the ETB. I mean, that could set up some real degeneracy in, like, white decks, though. Yeah, I'm gonna put this card on. It's difficult because the thing is, a lot of the cards that I could see this blinking outside of the prototypes rotate. Because we're gonna lose the horse girl, we're gonna lose the dog. It's so difficult. It's either gonna be good after rotation, or it's gonna just be not the vibe. Yeah, it can blink backup cards and stuff. I'm hoping it's gonna be good after rotation. Maybe it's just mid, and maybe it just gets played in, like, formats where blink is gonna be very relevant. Or maybe someone just creates, like, a fucking, like, C-tier deck with this, and with Elish Norn in there, and, like, Mondrak or some stupid stuff like that, and tries to, like, get a lot of, like, blink benefits. I'll just put it in mid. I'm gonna play it safe and, like, put it in mid. So, Pio Angels? I think Pio Angels would want it if it just, like, brought it back immediately and not on end step. That way, like, if your opponent, you get targeted by, like, I don't know, like a board wipe or something, or not really a board wipe, like a removal, I don't know, Coco, flash it in, or, like, you know, do it to trigger your Resplendent Angel. I don't know, maybe this card needed, nah, it would be too good if it did. Anyways, yeah, Blink Valk or Skyclave, Apparition. I still don't know, because the three slot is so stacked in Angels, it's really tough to, like, try to justify a blink card like this. So, I don't know. I'm putting it in mid. I'm putting it in mid. Heliod the Radiant Dawn. 4 mana, 4/4 legendary enchantment creature god. We've seen this one before, it's been revealed for a while. When it enters the battlefield, return target enchantment card that isn't a god from your graveyard to your hand. Then you can transform it, activate only a sorcery, which you can do for 3 mana and 2 life, or 4. Then you get the card named Heliod the Warped Eclipse, which is an Azorius type card. You may cast spells as though they had flash. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card your opponent has drawn this turn. Like, I feel like in general, all these cards that have, like, the transform costs and, like, a different color in them feel like EDH out of 10 to me. Or, like, limited out of 10. Feels like EDH out of 10 to me. Yo, Vitalansky, thank you so much for the 16. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Feels like EDH out of 10 to me. I don't know. Or unplayable trash. Or like maybe someone breaks this somewhere and I don't see it, but yeah. Not feeling too great about this one, I fear. Not feeling too great about this one. Yeah. My EDH playgroup low-key banned this already. Oh shit, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say EDH out of 10, so. Okay, up next, we're not done yet, so, Hidetsugu in Kairi. Right. A 5 mana, 5/4 legendary creature, ogre, demon, dragon. Flying. When Hidetsugu in Kairi enters the battlefield, draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of the library in any order. Okay. When Hidetsugu in Kairi dies, exile the top card of your library, target opponent loses life equal to its mana value. An instant or sorcery card, you may cast it up against manacles. What is that fucking, what is that, like, 17 mana creature or something? What is that? What is it called in Standard? What is it? Shadow of Mortality? What is that, a 15 mana 7/7? Hidetsugu and Kairi, exile the top card of your library. Target opponent loses life equal to its mana value. I somehow have Shadow of Mortality at the top. They lose 15 life. And I do that by sacrificing Hidetsugu and Kairi to Ayara. GG's, you're dead. Welcome to Disneyland. That's it. I don't know how you do that. Yeah, we brew this for sure. Ayara, sacrifice Hidetsugu, have Shadow of Mortality at the top, win the game, 20 damage to the face. Easy. I'll try to make it happen one way or another, but this is very much like fucking Disneyland. So, combo out of 10. I think we're just gonna put it in, like, not the vibe / unplayable trash. But honestly, some silly stuff. It's some silly stuff. I'll definitely, like, combo it with Shadow of Mortality, for sure. Or try my best to... I don't know, I like Disneyland. I like Disneyland. Right. Yeah, it's... eh. Alright, we move on. Hoarding Brute Lord. Convoke. 8 mana, 7/6, flying dragon. When Hoarding Brute Lord enters the battlefield, search your library for a card. Exile its face down and shuffle. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it. Spells you cast from exile have Convoke. I don't... What do you want to do? I cannot figure this one out. It just really is giving jank. Yeah. It's maybe like EDH out of 10 or just unplayable trash. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with the current EDH environment to, like, make a decent judgment on this card. It's so fucking expensive. Like, it's like weird out of 10. I don't know how to judge it. I'm just gonna throw it in unplayable trash or like EDH out of 10. So that's dead on that. It's too weird for me. Can't really say much about it. Someone else's problem out of 10. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to make this card work. Like, good luck to whoever tries it. I wish you the best. Okay, up next, Inga and Isika, the besties. Perhaps more roommates? Question mark. 4 mana, 4/4, legendary creature, human god. Creatures you control have vigilance and tap and 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. Whenever you cast a creature spell, it was 3 or more mana from creatures. If 3 or more mana from creatures was spent to cast it, draw a card. Zinkin and our besties. Yeah. Is it wrong for me to want to throw this an EDH out of 10? It's just like limited to like creatures like that. I think it's EDH out of 10. So I'm putting it there. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to tell you, bestie. EDH out of 10 it is. Yeah, they're just good friends, you know. Interdisciplinary Mascot. 8 mana, 5/5, Convoke. Elemental Fractal, Ward 3. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Say that again? Just say that again. Enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library, one of them into your hand, the rest at the bottom. Like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? 8 mana, 5/5, draw a card. Or 3. No trample, no nothing. No flying, no nothing. Like, what? What? Yeah, I like, if this was my pack 1 pick 1, I'd probably skip it. Then again, I'm a limited expert, but what the fuck? Thanks, I guess. All these hoops to draw a card of my 5/5. I'm throwing it in unplayable trash. And we move on. We move. Someone at Wizards was angry. Yeah. Alright. Into the Fire. Love the art. 3 mana, sorcery. Into the Fire deals 2 damage to each creature, planeswalker, and battle. And then put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library. Then draw that many cards plus 1. This is very versatile. And that's why it's so difficult to judge. Yeah, it's definitely no Brotherhood's Ending, but it's also a bit more versatile than that. Like, the thing is with Brotherhood's Ending, sometimes the cards, especially, like, let's look at this from, like, a mono red perspective, right? A lot of the time you're in a scenario where, like, you've boarded in Brotherhood's End, and the card's kind of dead. And then you're just sitting there with a Brotherhood's End because A, like, your opponent doesn't have many creatures, or B, you have more on the board than them, and, like, wiping the board would just be at your disadvantage. At least this card gives you the flexibility to, like, toss it and draw, like, an extra card. Which is not bad. Like, this might be, like, a sideboard out of 10. Or, like, maybe, like, a mono red. The fact that it hits a battle is great. 2 damage for each creature and planeswalker. Nice. Like, don't forget, guys, the 2 damage, what is that card? I don't want to say the wrong thing. It's the, yeah, if you're, like, unsure whether or not, like, 2 damage each creature can be relevant, do not forget that the Elder Dragon War sees play. And the end of Elder Dragon War hits creatures and opponents. This hits creatures, planeswalkers, and battles for 2 damage. Which is on a similar power level to the Elder Dragon War. there's obviously not a 4-mana enchantment that could create you a 4/4 dragon, but it is something that can still cycle itself, and it is 3 mana. I think this is a sideboard. We'll see sideboard play, is where I'm putting it. The 2 damage cannot be underestimated, and the fact that it hits battles can be somewhat relevant in red. And the fact that you can cycle it if you cannot wipe the board is also great. Dual model card could be good, but mono red isn't trying to wipe a board. Grooven, you go to Goldfish and have a look at the mono red decks and tell me how many play Brotherhood's End in the sideboard. Just let me tell you, it's quite a bit of them. Like, I know I play Brotherhood's End in all my red decks. So, like, Into the Fire, sure, there's no 2 damage, and sure, it doesn't hit artifacts, but it's definitely more flexible. So, I'm putting it in cyber play. Yeah, it's better than a cycle. It's like an upside to that. I like it. Cyber play is the final verdict on that one. Oh lord, we have we have battles coming up. Oh lord. Alright. Alright. Well, here we go, guys. Let's have a look at the battles again, because we have a lot of them lined up right now. Time to crack your neck. Nah, I got you covered. We have to flip. Invasion of Alara. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green. Enters the battlefield. Exile cards from the top of your library until you exile 2 non-land cards with mana value 4 or less. You make as one of these 2 cards without paying its mana cost. Put one of them into your hand and put the other exiled this way on the bottom of your library in a random order. Then you have to deal 7 damage to it to get the counters off. Or, like, remove the counters in another way. And then you get this card, or then it transforms into this right here, which is the Awakened Maelstrom. It's all colors. Start player draws 2 cards. You may put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield to create a token that's a copy of a permanent you control. Distributes 3 1/1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 creatures for card permanent and opponent controls. Like, bestie, where are we going with this? I need an artifact card in my hand. I need to have a token on the board. I can distribute 3 1/1 counters and destroy a target permanent and opponent control. And then at the same time, I also still need to have removed the siege in order to get that. And then the siege is a 5 mana. Find a card with mana value 4 or less, which if you build it right, can be a tutor? Because exile cards from the top of your library until you exile 2 non-land cards with mana value 4 or less. I mean, I guess not. So you would have to, like, build a deck where the lowest you can hit is a mana value 4 card, or, like, 3 if you want to find something. And then you can get that. I don't... Bestie, too much fucking effort out of 10. I'm not doing all that. Like, I'm not doing all that to get, like, a fucking mid-card after I jump through 20 hoops. Like, nah. Like, just give me Kamiwara and let's call it an end. Like, let's end the day there. Like, I'm not doing all that. Sorry. Too much work out of 10 for me. Too much work out of 10. I'm not gonna bother. Too much text and you're no questing these out of 10. Okay. Up next, Invasion of Arcavios. 5 mana, battle. With 7 counters on it. When it enters the battlefield, search your library, graveyard, and or outside the game for an instant or sorcery card you own. Reveal it, put it into your hand, search your library this way. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Like, fucking 5 mana for that? 5 mana? Like, girl. 5 mana? And then, okay, so then, say there's one way on Earth that we remove or get it to transform. What do we get? once we transform it, and this better be good, because that would have to take 7 damage or permanent removal, I guess. And then you get Invocation of the Founders. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell from your hand, you may copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Wow. I mean, I have no words. That that just seems like fucking garbage. No. No. I mean, someone in the chat saying, like, 5 mana for, like, a fucking wish card is perfect. It's, like, the right cost for it. Day of Wishes is 4 mana. And then you still have a 1/4 that you can blink back into the hand to keep rebuying shit from your, like, sideboard. I guess she doesn't... I guess Day of Wishes doesn't find like, from the deck, but come on. You know, no. It's just not it. I mean, I would just throw that in, like, unplayable trash, like... I think we can keep it on unplayable trash for a while, though, because, we're looking at the battles. Anyway. They was only really great in Clover. I don't think... I always feel so insecure about saying this shit, so I have to, like, double-check everything up. Pretty sure Faye still sees Construct to play in Pioneer. So... Anyway. Could be wrong, could be right, I'm not sure. But Faye still saw someone play in Pioneer. Anyways. We move on. The next battle. And all of these, the thing is, all of these battles, besties, all of these shitty battles are mythics and fucking rares. Imagine opening this during your pre-release. Like, I'd be a little bit pissed. I feel a little bit pissed. But anyways, manifesting no battles for me. That's all. Invasion of Fiora. 6 mana battle. When Invasion of Fiora ends the battlefield, choose one or both. Destroy all legendary creatures, destroy all non-legendary. It's an interesting one. It's already, like, the thing is, it's already an interesting card. Let's see what it flips into, and then we can make a proper, like, judgment on this card. Let's see. Marchesa, Resolute Monarch, a 3/6, Menace Death Touch. Whenever Marchesa attacks, remove all counters from up to 1 target permanent. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you haven't dealt combat damage since your last turn, you draw a card and you lose. You haven't been dealt combat damage. So, remove all counters from up to 1 permanent. Works for battles, works with planeswalkers. And that's just upon attacking. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you haven't been dealt combat damage since your last turn, you draw a card, you lose 1 life. So she can also consistently draw you a card. Menace and Death Touch, 3/6. And this is just a board wipe. Even though it can be a little bit awkward sometimes, if you have to, if your opponent has, like, a combination of legendary and non-legendary creatures, it can be a little awkward. However, backside, fantastic. Front side, also pretty good. 6 mana board wipes, we've seen them a couple times. Now, it's no farewell, but it is a board wipe in black, and it does have an upside of, like, transforming. 4 damage. Oh, wait, it's choose one or both. Oh, okay, well, in that case, easy. Sorry, I just read choose one. In that case, definitely sees play. Which is, I was gonna say that anyways. I'm gonna say we'll see play on this card. That makes it much better. Even Esper Legends could sideboard this. Huh. Where's my arrow? There we go. I should read better. Anyways, we'll see play. Easy. Easy. Because it's just great by itself, and if you can get the flip side, it's even better, which is why, like, that's exactly what you want out of battles. Front needs to be great, and if the flip side's great, then, like, as well, then you have a playable card. So, Slay. Very reasonable, we'll see play. Good battle. I think this is, like, the second good battle we've seen so far. So, okay, we're on the way. We're on the way. Okay. Let's see. We have the next battle coming up. The Invasion of Ravnica? Don't even know what that plane is. 2 mana. Okay. When it enters the battlefield, look at target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it. For as long as that card remains exiled, its owner may play it. A spell cast this way equals 2 more. Okay. Let's see what it flips into. It only takes 3 damage or removing 3 counters in order for it to transform. Oh, sorry, I have it on the wrong thing. My bad. It's a little confusing. There we go. Light Shield Array. At the beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on each creature that attacked this turn. Sacrifice Light Shield Array. Creature control can hexproof and indestructible on the end of turn. I think this thing is fucking powerful. Like, I don't know about you guys. I think it's really strong. It's kind of like a spellbinder effect. And once you've, like, done... Oh my god, I keep putting it in the wrong thing. Hold on, my bad. And once you're, like, done with the... Where is it? Once you're done with the spellbinding effect, right, you can then also protect your creatures. Like, if I'm playing, like, a white-based aggro deck, and I know my opponent might curve out into, like, counter, and into, like, a board wipe, because I've seen it from the upside, right? The front side. Then I can just choose, instead of throwing 3 damage to the face, I'll throw 3 damage towards the battle. And then I can protect my creatures from potential board wipes or removal. And also, at the beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on each creature that attacked. Literally, like, buffs the board up. It delays a board wipe, then counters it. But it can also be worth it against, like, just even, like, fucking regular removal. Horrible top deck late in the game. Yeah, sure, but I think it's definitely fucking worth it. Beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on each creature that attacked this turn. Like, that just keeps going every turn, right? Am I reading this wrong? Beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter. Like, as long as that enchantment is in play and I attack, my creatures get 1/1s at the end on the end step, right? Am I reading that wrong? Pretty sure that just keeps going every turn. And it happens the second you flip it, because it happens on your end step. Like, this is just insane value. And, like, the 3 damage you do to the battle, you can make up for by getting 1/1 counters back. It's gonna be a definite will see play for me. And all of that for 2 mana. Like, that's fucking sweet, besties. Easy will see play. One of the best enchantments, like, or battles, I guess, in the set. For sure. For sure. For sure. Alright. We continue. The White Weenie Dream card, yeah. It's gonna be, like, I think easy, like, mono white humans and Pioneer, easy. Like, easy, I think. It might even, like, enable white weenies as an archetype or something like that. Soldiers might even want it, right? Like, so good. Invasion of Ikoria. X green. When Invasion of Ikoria enters the battlefield, search your library and or graveyard for a non-human creature card. With mana value X or less, put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle. It's giving jank. It's giving jank. I don't know. Let's see what the flip says. See what it transforms into. We transform into Silortha, Apex of Ikoria. Just then reach a dinosaur. For each non-human creature you control, you may have that creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. What wants this? Elves? Does elves want this? This is like it's definitely like an older format card, if anything. If anything. Elves would like it very much. Yeah, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, elves find Craterhoof. But then once again, like, you're just doing it for, like, the Invasion of Ikoria side, because you're just fucking going face instead of sending 6 damage to get rid of a battle. Like, you would not care about Silortha, you just care about the front side. Yeah, it's definitely no finale of Devastation. But, okay, cute. Alright, a quarter call. I know. I'm gonna put it in Not the Vibe. Definitely not unplayable trash, but I don't see it. I don't see it. It doesn't need to be a battle. Like, that's the most important thing. It does not need to be a battle. Period. Feels like limited because of that. Like, the battle side being it being a battle makes it feel like limited. So, we're good. I think. I'm putting it in Not the Vibe. So, we move on. Okay, next battle, bestie. Let's have a look. Invasion of Ixalan. 2 mana, 4 counters. Whenever or when Invasion of Ixalan enters the battlefield, you get the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a permanent card from among them, put into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. Front's fine. Just fine. Like, I want the back to be good in order for it to be somewhat, you know. It's kind of like 2 mana, look at the top 5, grab a card. So far, we're doing fine. Yeah. So far, it's looking okay. Let's see what we can get out of it. Belligerent Regisaur. Trample for 3 dinosaur. Whenever you cast a spell, Belligerent Regisaur gains indestructible until the end of turn. Okay, I'm interested, especially since, like, colors of, like, Gruul or green. You can give yourself Glissa, or you can just attack it with the dinosaur that deals damage to the face and to battles. So, like, don't forget that. If you do, like, at some point, turn to Invasion of Ixalan, try to find the Regisaur, attack to the face, somehow deal 4 damage to the face because it's got trample, you then also remove this battle, and you then get a 4/3 dinosaur, like, out of it. Which is cute. Yeah, like, it's also in Bankbuster range. I don't hate it, guys. I don't hate it. It's just a little bit like, does an aggressive deck really want to spend 2 mana to look at 5 cards and put something into the hand? It's definitely not ever something I would play on curve. But, not a bad top deck. Not bad value. It's fine. We've definitely seen, like, infinitely worse battles, and we've seen them at, like, mythic cost. I'm gonna put it mid. I'm putting it mid. That's that on that. Mid for me, not bad at all, though. Not bad at all. Seems fine for a rare. Like... Alright. Up next, guys. Another battle. Invasion of Kaldheim. 4 mana, 4 counters on it. An Invasion of Kaldheim enters the battlefield, exile all cards from your hand, then draw that many cards. Until the end of your next turn, you may play cards exiled this way. Okay. A lot of question marks. We move on. See what the other side says. Once I spend 4 power or 4 damage to get rid of this, what do I get in return? Pyre of the World Tree. This card, a land card. Pyre of the World Tree deals 2 damage to any target. Whenever you discard a land card, exile the top card of your library, you may play that card this turn. I don't even know what to think of this. Like, it's any time you want me to spend 4 mana that doesn't really do anything or affect the board in any way, you miss me. Like, this might see play in a format that I don't play. So I don't see it. Like, this is not relevant in the format that I play, I'm sorry. I go after arena formats plus Pioneer. I am putting it in not the vibe. Legacy staple, like maybe. I don't know anything about that, but yeah. The standard is like play it, concede the game, like not the vibe for me. Maybe even unplayable trash. At least in the formats that I play, besties, so maybe there's Invasion of Kaldheim, like, affects older formats. Definitely seems like a card that might do that, but stuff that I play, I really, like, don't know. Don't see it. Not vibe with it. 4 mana too much. We move on. Invasion of Karsus. 4 mana. Battle with 4 counters. Again. When Invasion of Karsus enters the battlefield, deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Right? So that's very similar to Brotherhood's End, but I'm paying 1 more for a battle. So whatever I'm getting out of this better be good. Better be good. Don't disappoint me now. Let's see what it is. Refraction Elemental. Ward, pay 2 life. Whenever you cast a spell, Refraction Elemental deals 2 damage to each opponent. Now, it doesn't deal damage to battles. Am I crazy? As it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. That doesn't say battle anywhere, so that doesn't count. Am I crazy? Yeah. I don't know where chat's finding that information. Else it would be pretty fucking good. If it hit battles, I'm down, but... Right. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I think there's just better, like, substitutes for it. Maybe I'm missing something. Like I said, this formats that I play, this feels completely like that it will not happen. People are saying gutter snipe. Why? Why? Why are we saying gutter snipe? Because it's like, because of the reflection elemental? In order to get a gutter snipe, you would have thrown like 4 damage on a battle, though. So I guess that makes... I don't know. Bestie? No. I would always play Brotherhood's End over this. And then I would never spend 4 damage to get the Refraction Elemental, I don't think. Maybe if you combine it with the Dinosaur. Like, sideboard card in a deck that runs the Dinosaur, go face, deal 4 damage to the battle, move on. I'm putting it in Not the Vibe. I wouldn't call it unplayable trash. Like, in a deck that easily deals with battles, and, you know... Like, if I benefit a lot of battles, I would want this over Brotherhood's End. I'm putting it in Not the Vibe. Not the Vibe. Don't know. Don't know. Maybe, like, my Gruul, like, battle deck that I'm gonna make wants it or something in a sideboard. Maybe. That's what I'm, like, thinking of. Maybe. We move on. Not awful, though. We've definitely seen a lot worse. The battle's, like, a lot worse, so... Right. Move on. Invasion of Segovia. 3 mana, 4 loyalty counters. Why is this card so warped? When Invasion of Segovia enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 blue Kraken creature tokens with Trample. 2 1/1s for my 3 mana battle. Okay. Let's keep going. What do you say we keep these good vibes going? What do we get? Hatus? What is that? Hatus? The Tyrant of Segovia? At 3/3, non-creature spells you cast have Convoke. Beginning of your end step and tap with 4 target creatures. Oh, I'm gonna have to move on from this one. I don't know. It's attacking a foot. Yeah, bestie, I'm not feeling the vibes. Not the vibe. Someone is gonna do something funny with this at some point, probably, and it's gonna be, like, silly, and everyone's gonna laugh, but... Nah. Not the vibe. I don't know. You gotta have a real big brain to crack, like, to break this one, if that's even possible. I'm not sure. We move. Invasion of Theros. 3 mana, battle, 4 counters. When Invasion of Theros enters the battlefield, search your library for an aura, god, or demigod, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Kind of like tutor vibes. What do we, transform into? Hopefully something good if I'm spending 4 damage to get rid of that battle, or 4 power, or 4 counter removal, I don't know. Ephara, Ever Sheltering. Ephara, Ever Sheltering has lifelink and indestructible, so at least 3 other enchantments. 4/4, whenever an enchantment ends the battlefield, you draw a card. Ooh. Ooh. Are we feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I just don't like the fact that, like, it's attached to a shitty card. Like, I like the backside, but the front side's shit. Like, is it really worth spending 3 mana to cast Invasion of Theros and then doing 4 damage or removing 4 counters of the invasion to get the Ephara Ever Sheltering? I don't know. I mean, maybe an EDH, right? Constructed in the formats that I play, once again, I don't see it. But if my EDH enjoyers are saying it's an EDH card, I will put it from unplayable EDH. So, for the EDH enjoyers, I'm gonna put it in EDH out of 10. This is for you. This is for the EDH enjoyers. Alright, let me go to the next one here. Oh, shit. Good for us. I'll put it in there for the EDH enjoyers. Have a good time playing that card. Okay, we move on. Invasion of Tolvada. 5 mana. 5 counters. When Invasion of Tolvada enters the battlefield, return target non-battle permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I love that they're saying non-battle. Like, thanks, bestie. I was really gonna reanimate a battle with that one. All the battles so fucking shit, and it feels the urge to clarify that, like, you can't get a battle back, though. Like, nah, we're good. You can keep that one. So, yeah, I guess it doesn't want you to loop it. I'm not sure how you would do that, but okay. Anyways, permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield for 5 mana is very reasonable. Like, currently in Standard, we have Cruelty of Gix, which is 5. I think you have that, Bulgari card, which is also 5 at its base. So, am I playing Invasion of Tolvara over Cruelty of Gix? Maybe. Depends on what the backside is giving me. Yeah, Invoke Justice as well. Depends on what the backside's giving me, and it better be something that's worth it. The Broken Sky. 2 tokens you control got +1/+0 and have lifelink. Beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. Girl. Creature, I mean, I guess Cruelty is creature only, but you know what I mean, like... Phyrexia grabs it, another sorcery. It has no backs. Well, you have the Broken Sky, if you remove the battle, which seems meh. I'm so confused because Chet's feeling this one. I'm absolutely not feeling this one. I think I'm missing something. The backside is crazy strong. What are you... What? Why? I guess you create 2 ones with lifelink. But it's an enchantment and you have to have removed this battle. Like, what? A free... Yeah, sure, a free 2/1, but where is that relevant? In an environment where, like, your enchantment doesn't get removed and you've spent 5 damage to remove the battle, like... I mean, what kind of Disneyland stuff are you guys like typing in the chat, though? Like, realistically. If I'm playing black, I'm always playing Cruelty of Gix if I want to reanimate a Traxa. Unless you want to reanimate, like, this card is better than Cruelty if you want to reanimate a non-battle, if you want to reanimate something that's not a creature. So I guess you're, like, thinking about reanimating a Planeswalker? 5 mana, bring a Planeswalker back? Maybe, is it like a... Is it like an Esper Legends card or like an Esper Control card? Portal for... I mean, if you do Portal, you just play the white reanimator, right? What is that thing? What is the what? You guys are talking as if this is better than that white spell. What is that called? The white reanimator. What is it? I don't. Oh, fuck! Now I have to find the name of that card. No, not Invoke Justice. Even the other one. Yeah, Repair and Recharge. Exactly. Exactly. Like, Repair and Recharge, 5 mana. Return artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker from your grave to the battlefield. Create a tap power stone. So compare this card to Repair and Recharge. When you're talking about wanting to... And you create a tapped power stone. When you're talking about wanting to reanimate a portal to Phyrexia or a planeswalker, How is this card that throws you in black better than Repair and Recharge? Unless you find a way to, like, actively remove the battle and think it's worth it. Like, maybe a control deck or something? Don't even... Well, I mean, I guess the upside of Atraxa, but, like... I don't know, guys. I'm throwing it in Not the Vibe. There's just better ways to reanimate things, and everyone is, like, dreaming of Disneyland. Maybe Control wants this in, like, as a one-off in the deck or something, like, bring back your Wandering Emperor. Maybe have, like, the backside as, like, a way to win the game. But, there's so many better ways to reanimate things right at the moment. I would still always prefer Cruelty of Gix. Find something from the deck, reanimate an Atraxa over, like, Invasion of Ravnica. So, that's me, guys, I guess. That's me. I mean, I don't know, I could be completely wrong. Like, I could easily be wrong. I just think there's better ways to do what chat's talking about, and, like, I'm just not very high on dealing 5 damage to get up the flip side, but, you know, maybe Control wants it. Yeah, people are talking about, like, Flicker stuff, like Yorion. Sure, I don't know. Sure. That would be, like, older format stuff that I don't really play. Let's keep these vibes going. You honestly think most battles won't be defeated? Oh, absolutely not, yeah. Absolutely not, so... Knight Errant of Eos, 5 mana, 4/4, Human Knight, Convoke. When it ends the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of the library, reveal up to 2 creature cards, manify X or less from among them. X is the number of creatures that convoke Knight Errant of Eos, put the reveal cards into your hand, then shuffle. I love this one. I think this is very, very strong. When I saw it already, I was like, ooh, that is good. That is really good. It's like Luxodon vibes, but, like, better? Like, find 2 creature cards, put them into your hand, cheaply cast the 4/4 Human Knight. It's got the nice... It's very good. I'm gonna say we'll see play on this one. If not in Standard, in older formats. Like, maybe even White Humans wants this in Pioneer. Yeah, it's super easy to cast it for super cheap. Like, even if you play this for, like, 2 mana, right? Like, Weenies wants this. It's very good. Convoke is awkward, though, because you want to keep attacking in aggro. That's kind of true. Vigilance do be a keyword, though. But it's just the rebuy effect. Like, if I'm not attacking with a 1/1, and because I might have, like, because it will probably allow me to cast Knight Errant of Eos super cheap, I'm passing on attacking with the 1/1 and casting a 4/4 and, like, finding cards. Like, I like it a lot. I think it's really good. So, yup. We'll see play on the Knight Errant of Eos. Absolutely. Great card. One of the better, like, rares. Alright, are we ready for some more jank? It's been a second. Haha. It's been a second. Kogla and Gitaro. Oh boy. 6 mana. 7/7. Ape Dinosaur Turtle. Sick art. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. In strength 1 haste until end of turn. Fight target creature you don't control. And for 4 mana, discard Kogla and Jidaro, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment, shuffle Kogla and Jidaro into your library from the graveyard. Draw a card. It does a fucking lot. Like, small Synchro to 4, it does a lot, though. Shuffle into your library from your graveyard and draw. Like, the fucking... the text everywhere. Like, I mean... Shuffle into your library, graveyard, and draw a card. Discard Golgagi Daro. It does a lot. This would Bard class. Uncounterable disenchant that draws a card. Yeah, that's great. Is it? I wonder if it's still a little bit too expensive for the constructed formats that I play. Yeah, it's directly competing with Boseiju. 4 mana to remove an artifact or enchantment and then draw a card is quite a bit. I mean, maybe if you, like, ramp into this. So, don't forget, though, when I'm thinking about enchantment and artifact removal on a creature, this, in a way, card competes with Migloss. So, I don't know. I would always play Migloss in my, like, red-green aggressive decks over Kogla and Jidaro. So, I don't know. I wouldn't really want to think that this card is good and it's going to see a lot of play. But I'm afraid, I mean, the thing is, you know what? The card is a vibe. So maybe I'll put it in Bestie out of 10. I mean, the thing is, don't forget, this card doesn't protect itself, and it's Battlefield Choose 1. In the formats that I play, I'm currently not seeing it, but I do love the card and everything that it offers. So I'll put it on Bestie out of 10. But, yeah, I don't think much. For me, in the formats that I play, it competes with Migloss. And that's just kind of not ideal. Could fight a reanimated Atraxia. True, I guess. Alright. Up next, guys. Nahiri's Warcrafting. 3 mana sorcery. Nahiri's Warcrafting deals 5 damage to target creature, planeswalker, or battle. Ooh, super relevant. Look at the top X cards of your library, where the excess damage dealt this way. You may exile one of those cards, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may play the exile card this turn. Absolutely, 100% will see play. Mono-red gamers in Standard out here starving, playing like Rebel Salvo. This is so much better for the same cost. I mean, I guess it's a sorcery, but the upside, so good. It targets battles. It kills Shellies. It goes after planeswalkers. It removes smaller things and then gives you a card. You know, it's kind of like the removal Red's been hoping for. Once again, sorcery feels a little eh, but then again, like, Red usually taps out anyway, so, like, take 2 damage from Shelly, play Nahiri's Warcrafting. Like, I like it a lot. Definitely will see play. Easy. Great card, 10 out of 10. Fucking love it. Thank you, Wizards, for giving the Red gamers a little bit of hope. We appreciate you. Alright, we've seen this one too. Omnath, Locust of All. Well, I guess the Phyrexians got Omnath, which is, oh, damn. Gonna be good for them, but, yeah, technically 4, but, and 2 life, unless you also want to play black and just cast them for, 5 mana. If you would lose unspent mana, that mana becomes black instead. Beginning of your pre-combat main phase, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card if it has 4 or more colored mana symbols. Mana cost at 3 mana and any combination of its colors and put into hand. If you don't reveal it, put into. It's, first of all, too many words. Like, This is the book, yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure what you want to do with it. You may reveal a card has 3 or more colored mana symbols, so you definitely want to play this in like a 5-color deck. Niv Mizzet. And any combination of colors and put in. I think does 5-color Niv want this? No. That's the real question, because that's where it would see played, or like, I don't know. The fact that you need, if it has 3 or more colored mana symbols, that's quite a wild requirement. But the thing is, at least it's still drawing you a card. It's kind of the thing. Like, at worst, Omnath replaces itself. So that's not bad. 4 mana 4/4 that replaces itself and has like potential of, you know, getting you some ramp. Well, I mean, it doesn't need to survive the turn. It does it on the pre-combat main phase, technically. Oh, I guess, yeah, the pre-combat main phase. I was confused. I thought it was just pre-combat. Fuck. Eh. Eh. I don't know. I don't think it's too bad. I really don't think it's too bad. I just don't know what will play it. It is a legendary creature as well, though. At the moment, to me, it's giving, like, I have to jump through too many hoops in order to get some value from this. Probably put it in Not the Vibe. I have to jump through too many hoops in order to make anything, get anything out of this card. And not only, I thought it was pre-combat pre-combat, like, phase, not... Or I guess, like, pre-combat. What I was thinking in my mind for some... Anyways. Because if you get it, like, the pre-combat triggered, and, like, at least it does something immediately, and it becomes worth it. But I guess they got traumatized from, like, old Omnath, and just, like, we need to make a shitty Omnath. And I guess this is what they came up with. Yeah, I was thinking at the start of combat. Anyway, yeah, this is too much. Too many, like, requirements need to be met, I guess. And then it doesn't protect itself and whatnot, so... Not the vibe. At least in the formats that I play. Okay, Ortheon, Hero of Lava Bring. 4 mana, 3/3, legendary creature, human soldier. 1 red tap, create a token that's another target creature. But why is there so much text everywhere? I'm like, I was gonna just have a quick look at the mythics and the rares of the set and move on, but everything has got so much text on it, it's already taken me 4 hours and 11 minutes. Damn. Anyways, create a token that's a copy of another target. What gains a sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step, activate on first tree. Hey Kiki. 6 red, tap. Create 5 tokens that are copies of another creature. Well, they gain hey sacrifice and they gain mana 3. Normal Kiki and Overlord Kiki. Yeah, I'm putting that in like EDH out of 10. Someone's gonna do some shit with that. I don't know. EDH players, do you want this card? I wasn't throwing it in playable trash. Ask question for the EDH gamers. Would you like this? I don't see it myself, but no. EDH for sure. Okay, the EDH gamers have claimed Ortheon. It's yours, and you can have it. Congrats, gamers. Congrats. Alright. Now, I'm not just Ozolith, a new one, the Shattered Spire. 2 mana legendary artifacts, which is on brand. This time in green, whereas normally the old colorless. If one or more 1/1 counters will be put on an artifact or control, that many +1 1/1 counters are put on it instead. Put a 1/1 counter on target artifact or creature control, and you can do that for 1 on the tap, 1 green and a tap. Activate only as a cycling 2. 1 counter target artifact control, activate only as. Ooh. This is tough. I feel like it might be an after rotation card. You guys think Modern Hardened Skills wants this? Over, like, the regular? I don't... Yeah, it's a legendary, a bit expensive. I definitely don't see it happening in Standard, despite there being quite some, like, powder-ish cards. Might be an after rotation thing. Modern Skills plays this. Yeah, I don't know too much about Modern Skills. I love skills in general. Like, I love 1/1 counter effects. But I don't know if I can see it. But if people are saying that Modern Skills wants this, same value as Mentor or Constrictor, I mean, that's true. But it's not a creature that you can give 1/1 counters to. Which is kind of awkward. I mean, I guess it does put 1/1 counters on things by itself if you're... Yeah, I feel like we've been looking at cards forever, too. Like, holy shit. I'm gonna put it in mid, I guess. Just because I don't see it in formats that I play. But like I said, I mean, Modern, if Modern wants this card, like, obviously we'll see play there, but like I said, I'm not very familiar with Modern skills, so... Yeah, I mean... I hope it sees play. I love 1/1 counters. If this is one of the cards that revives Hardened Skills and Pioneer, I'll be crying tears of happiness. You know, like, that's really the vibe. Like, if people have been on the stream for longer than a year, you know how hard I work every day to make 1/1 counters work. And every time I fail. So if this is what does it, I'll be very happy. But at the moment, for the formats that I'm playing, I don't see yet. I hope it does it, though. I really hope it does it. I really, really hope it does. So we wish you best of luck, Ozolith. Please make skills happen. I'll definitely try. I'll probably, like, put on my, early access spruce thingy, 1/1 skills. Hardened skill standard. I'll put it there. See where we can get. Okay, pile on. 4 mana, instant, convoke. Destroy target creature or planeswalker, surveil 2. Oof. So what does that compete with? Or plane? Does that compete with Hero's Downfall? Is that a good comparison? Like, what do we have in Standard right now? Okay, so technically convoke 2 creatures, and you can cast it for 2, and surveil 2. Okay, that's definitely gonna see play. I think. You need some creatures, but, like, removing a creature or planeswalker and surveilling is really good. That's definitely will see play. That's just stacked, right? Convoke 1 and it's a bigger Hero's Downfall. Yeah, Hero's Downfall isn't really seeing play, though, because it competes with the 3 mana exile card. But the fact that this can get cheaper and surveils absolutely will see play. Absolutely. So far, though, we've only seen one constructed all-star, and that's been the bird. Do we go as far as to call this a constructed all-star, chat? What do you think? I'm torn. I'm really torn. What are we thinking? Do we have believers? Well, the thing is, even if you just get, like, one creature, you can cast it for 3 and you beat Hero's Downfall with a Surveil. Black sees a lot of play right now. Okay, we're gonna keep it on We'll See Play. Alright, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. We'll keep it in We'll See Play. It's a safe bet. Okay, it's a safe bet. So far, only one constructed all-star, though, in the form of, the Phoenix, but... Alright, we keep going. Phyrexia Reborn. 3 mana, 4/5 besties. With Reach. You can also even transform the card for 6 and 2 life for 6 whites mana. And let's see what you then transform into. Phyrexia Engine of Ruin. Reach, lifelink, 6/6. Whenever Phyrexia Engine of Ruin or another non-token Hydra you control dies, create a 3/3 green and white Phyrexian Hydra creature token with Reach and a 3/3 green and white Phyrexian Hydra creature token with lifelink. So I think the transform stuff is completely, like, irrelevant outside of, like, you know, limited. But the front side's good. It's no... What is that 5/4 elf called that couldn't be blocked by 2-drops? Like, it's not that. Like, it's definitely not that. It was, like, the elvish from... Let me find the name. Yeah, Steel Leaf Champion. It's no Steel Leaf Champion. But a 3 mana 4/5. It's still pretty good. I just wish it was a 5/4, because then at least it could, like, threaten Shouldered. That's the only thing that I don't like about it. Yeah, we're not even looking at the backside, because I feel like that's just, like, so impossible to, like, get to. But it's not bad, guys. I'll probably put it in mid. I think maybe, like, green, stompy, aggressive decks want this. But yeah, it's no Yorvo, it's no, like, Steel Leaf Champ. So I'm calling it mid. Not bad, though. Not bad. Yeah, I wish it had something like Trample or, like, something like... I don't know. Progenitor Exarch, XX White, Phyrexian Cat Cleric. When Progenitor enters the battlefield, incubate 3x times. Transform target incubator token you control if you tap it. Like, that's just limited out of 10, I think. I mean, once again, like... I mean, I guess, is it maybe relevant when you just play, like, 0 for X and you get a 1-drop Phyrexian? A 1/2 Phyrexian? That might be relevant? Like, is that how it's gonna see constructed play? 1 mana, 1/2 that carries the Phyrexian tag? I think I'll probably put it in mid. I think a 1-drop Phyrexian is quite valuable. Has, like, an upside. Like, if you draw this late into the game, right? Like, I top deck this 1-drop on turn, like, 5. I can then just spend, like, the full 5 mana, and I incubate 3 2 times. So, like, it's a nice 1-drop if you carry about the Phyrexian tag, and it's also, like, a reasonable late-game play. Like, it reminds me a little bit of, obviously worse, but it reminds me a bit of the, like, 2/1 1-mana Soldier in Standard right now. Which is like, okay, I find it on 1, I'm happy. I find it on like turn 5, I'm happy as well, because I spent my 4 mana to draw a card, or find a creature, or something. So I like it. I think this could definitely, if I'm playing like white-black Phyrexian like aggro, I'll be playing this cat. So, yeah. I will put it in, perhaps even good after rotation, a little bit higher than mid. It's definitely not as bad. I think it probably is like a good after rotation / we'll see play, depending on how good Phyrexian Tribal is going to be. If Phyrexian, like I said earlier with the Lord, if Phyrexian Tribal is going to be on a similar power level to Soldiers, then it's a we'll see play. If not, then it will happen after rotation. So, I don't hate it, guys. I think it's pretty solid 1-drop. So, yeah, I don't hate it. Move. Move. Okay, up next, our boy Quintorius, the legend, the myth, the icon, 5 mana, 3/5. I look the other way. Vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, exile target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard. Create a 3/2 red and white spirit. Cute. So I get a 5 mana, 3/5. You could create a 3/2 on end step. Sure. For 3 mana on a tap, sacrifice a spirit, choose target card, exile the Quintorius, make cast a card this turn without paying its mana cost. Spell will be put into a graveyard, put on the bottom of its owner's library instead. Y'all, I'm just getting really big EDH out of 10 vibes. Like, I'm just getting really, like, EDH out of 10 vibes. I mean, happy to see Quintorius, like, kicking it and, like, thriving, but, you know, this is really cute if you're doing something with spirits, and it's a really cute, like, build around. But it's definitely out of 10. Sorry, Quintorius. Anyway, speaking of a card that's definitely not EDH out of 10, one of my favorite cards from the set, without a doubt, Rampaging Raptor. 4 mana, 4/4 dinosaur with trample and haste. For 2 and a red, you can give it +2/+0 until the end of turn. So it's kind of like a mana sink as well. Then whenever Rampaging Raptor deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals damage to target planeswalker that player controls or battle that player protects. Absolutely fucking bestie. The questing raptor. We fucking love you. This card is so good. Like, this card makes me want to play shitty battles because it's super easy to just, like, go face and, like, get the value from it. Like, I am a fan of this card. Like, big fan. The trample, the haste, love it. The fact that it can hit a planeswalker by just going face, very questing beast-like. Mana sink as well, like 6/4 with trample and haste, maybe higher if you want it. So good. Like, yeah, I would play the Ikoria battle. Oh, not the Ikoria, whatever the 2 mana green one is. Look at the top 5 cards. When it transforms into a dinosaur. I would want this. So, I would play, like, mid-battles for the Raptor payoff in the colors of, like, Gruul or something. Yeah, it would. Maybe even in, like, red-black or something. Maybe even red-black aggro. I think anything that plays red and is somewhat aggressive wants to be playing the Rampaging Raptor. Now the thing is, where do we put it? Where do we put it? That is the question. It's definitely a we'll see Playboy. I don't dare to go as far as to say constructed all-star. I think definitely we'll see play. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Bestie will see play. Yeah. I think we'll see play is fine, but honestly, one of my favorite cards of the set. Definitely, like, looking forward to playing with that one and building around it and, like, all that. Okay, Rankle and Torbrand. Are these roommates? Roommates! 5 mana, 3/4, with quite a heavy casting cost. Double black, double red. Flying, first strike, haste. Okay, so we have a 5 mana, 3/4, flying, first strike, haste. But it does combat damage to a player or battle, any number. Player creates a treasure token. Player sacrifices a creature. If a source will do damage to a player or battle this turn, it deals that much damage plus 2 instead. Like, what? What? What do you mean? Create a treasure. Okay, not very excited about that. Sacrifice a creature could be relevant. But when I'm thinking of each player sacrifices a creature, I'm playing that 4-drop. The 4-drop vampire that transforms. She has the tag as well. She flies. I think she's a 3/4 that transforms. I don't know. She can draw you a card as well. So the card also replaces itself. It just doesn't have haste, but it's also at 4. If the source would deal damage to a player or battle, deals damage plus. I'm having a really difficult time seeing this, guys. A janky mesh of abilities plus restrictive cost is a good way to describe it. Yeah, so, like, how does this work? So what I'm reading here. It's got First Strike. So if I'm attacking with a bunch of creatures that do not have First Strike, and I choose if a source would deal damage to a player or battle, that much damage plus 2, does that mean my other creatures with non-First Strike deal plus 2? That's not awful. That's like Torbrand effect. But it doesn't protect itself, and it's still 5 mana. So, I don't know. I mean, 5 mana is a lot, though. Like, I would want to be... I mean, 4, I guess, is the top-end finisher. Yeah, the only issue is that it limits itself to, like, Rectal Scholars. That's the issue. That's the real issue. I mean, it's got flying, so... 5 mana is a lot. I'm very sad. I probably have to put this in mid. I'm afraid it might even have to be not the vibe. Like 5 mana or 3/4. I don't know. I want it to be decent, so that's why I would put it in mid, but I guess it just gotta be not the vibe. I mean, you would have to be like in a super like low to the ground, aggressive creature deck in black and in red that goes quite wide, so you can benefit as much as you can of the damage extra, and maybe the sacrifice. But like I just don't really see that happening for standard, so I'm gonna go for not the vibe. Sorry, Torman and Rankle. But I love both cards. It's unfortunate that they're so expensive. 4 mana we would be talking, yeah. Sorry to the bestie. Quite sad. Alright, we move on. Realmbreaker, the Invasion. 3 mana legendary artifact. When a tap, target opponent mills 3 cards, put a land card from their graveyard onto the battlefield tap under your control. Battlefield, exile it. For 10 in the tap. Sacrifice Realmbreaker, the Invasion. 3, search your library for any number of player cards, put onto the battlefield and shuffle. Fucking jank. EH Ramp. Nah, it's just 10 out of, like, jank out of 10. Like, someone likes to pre-order, someone build something shitty. Yeah, nah. Nah. Miss me there, besties. There's not even much to say about that. Sorry. Playable. Just jank. Okay, lore out of 10. Yeah, kinda. Rona, Herald of Invasion. 2 mana, 1/3, legendary creature, a human wizard. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, untap Rona, Herald of Invasion. Tap, draw a card, and discard a card, and for 5 and like Phyrexia mana, you can transform. But let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. Yeah, we get Rona, Tolarian Obliterator, 5/5 Trample. Whenever source deals damage to Rona, that source will exiles card from the hand random. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield under your control. Otherwise, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. That's quite strong. It's very cool. I just don't know what to do with it. Like, yeah, the draw is nice. Combo enabler with Mox Amber. Yeah, does Cactus want this stuff? It's giving like combo out of 10. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure where to put this. Decks that I play and the formats that I play don't want this stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in Not the Vibe. I'm perhaps not big-brained enough to figure out, like, a combo deck that wants this, so... She definitely seems like a combo enabler, though. Maybe someone breaks it. Wouldn't surprise me. So, alright. We move on. C double. 4 mana instant. Spell can't be copied. Choose one. Opponent has 8 or more cards in the graveyard. You may choose both. 1. Copy target spell. You may choose new targets. 2. Create a token that's a copy of target creature. What do we want to do with this? I feel like it's too expensive to see play in any constructed format that I'm playing. I think it's definitely giving EH out of 10. Maybe it's a control sideboard card? I don't know. No. It's so expensive, though. Like, I'm gonna throw it on EDH out of 10. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Alright, we move on. You can copy an opponent's spell? Yeah, but it's still really expensive. I guess. I don't know. We'll be there, Atraxa. I think I would rather just counter an Atraxa. That's me. Anyways. Sunfall. 5 mana sorcery, exile all creatures, incubate X, where X is the number of creatures exiled this way. Thanks, fucking hate it. Like, 5 mana, exile all creatures, hurts. I mean, once for well rotates. Do we want Sunfall? Probably. Knowing, like, fucking control gamers. Like, I hate to say it, but... Thanks, I guess. Is this a good... But is it gonna be Will See player, or is it gonna be good after rotation? That's the real question here. That's the real question. Because I think this kind of still competes with Farewell, and now you have the Eternal Wanderer too. I'm probably gonna put it on good after rotation, I think. It's definitely gonna see play at some point later on in the meta. At the moment, it just competes too much with, like, Farewell and stuff. And we still have a Depopulate, so... I will definitely see some play, but I think it's still, like, good after rotation, at least in the formats that I play. So, I'm gonna put it on good after rotation. Okay. Still not done yet. Holy shit, how many rares are in this set? I don't know. Crazy. Surek and Goreclaw. 6 mana, 6/5, legendary creature, a human bear. Trample. Other creatures you control have trample. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on it. Against instantly in a turn. Does a lot. Wish it was a little bit less in stats and a little bit lower on the mana. Yeah, I just feel like it's too slow. I'm gonna put it in not the vibe. As long as we have the green defiler, like, why would you want to play Surek and Goreclaw? I guess the trample stuff. But, yeah. Not the vibe. Too expensive for me, I'm afraid. Expensive for me. But I don't know, like, maybe there's, like, a green, like, ramp deck, or green, like, you know, Stompy deck that wants to, like, ramp into Surek with Gwenna, and, like, things pop off with 1/1 counters and haste, and crazy, but yeah, I mean, it might even see play after rotation, but at the moment, it's just vibe. We're just gonna vote on that. Phoenix, thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, bestie. Oh, wait. Alright. Terror of Tawashi. 4 mana, 4/3. Death Touch. Whenever it attacks, they pay 4. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with Phyrexia in addition to its other types. 4 mana. Potential Reanimator upon attacking. Phyrexian. Death Touch. Like, the thing is, whenever there's, like, reanimation effects on a creature, I just have to compare it to Geth. And Geth sees no play at all. Yeah, no haste, no protection, no nothing. 3 toughness means it gets blocked by nearly everything in standard. Harvesters, Corpse Appraisers, like, you know it. Like, there are so many 3 power creatures. So you kind of, like, attack with this once and it gets blocked, if at all. And then obviously, like, removal exists. It's not the vibe. I think that's what it is. It's definitely not unplayable trash, and maybe at some point the Phyrexian tag can be relevant and whatnot, but nah. Not the vibe. As long as Geth doesn't see play, card's more expensive, then that card will definitely not see play either. Yeah, exactly. You just play Immediate Reanimator, unless you, like, care about the 4/3 stats and the Phyrexian tag, but too expensive for that. So, yeah, nah. Anyways, Transcendent Message. Convoke, draw X cards. There's not much to say about this. It's kind of like an offensive-ass rare. I cannot wait to open 3 of these in my pre-release. Like, thanks, I guess. Fuck's sake. Art is cool, but please stay out of my sealed pool, I beg. Please. Please. Don't show up anywhere. I do not want to open this. Leave me alone. I mean, I don't want it in my decks, the fuck? I'm not playing Transcendent Message in my sealed pool. I'd rather play, like, Commons in another color. I'm not playing that. We move on. Tribute to the World Tree. Green. Get a 3 mana enchantment whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control. Draw a card if its power is 3 or greater, otherwise put 2 1/1 counters on it. I think this is good. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Eldraine artifact, which is crazy to say. But it does a little bit. It reminds me of Henge, though, and the fact that it reminds me of the Henge makes it already interesting. You know? Makes it very interesting. 3 devotion, card draw, 2 1/1 counters. Like, if I'm casting this on turn 4, and I throw a 1-drop behind it, I already benefit of the 2 1/1 counters. And the later it goes into the game, you know, I can draw more cards, refill my stuff. I think the fact that this comes somewhat close to the Henge makes it so that it will be good. That is good in Standard, definitely Explorer. Yeah, it might even go in, like, Mono Green Pioneer. Devotion is great. The card draw is great. We're gonna put it in... I think we might put it in I think I'll put it in Will See Play. If not in Standard, definitely in Pioneer, I do think. You don't need to throw, like, all 4 in there, but you can throw 2 in there. I think maybe even, like, Green Stompy or something wants this in Standard. Perhaps even after rotation. It's definitely a reason to maybe make a mono green deck, to me at least. Like, if I'm playing a Dork on 2, pay 3 mana, and then also, like, cast a 1-drop of the Dork or something, like, that's pretty good. I think it's Will See Play. I'm gonna put it in Will See Play. I'm gonna put it in Will See Play. I'll be brave about it. Will See Play. If not in Standard and Pioneer, it's gonna see play somewhere, I do think. But I wouldn't be surprised if, like, mono green becomes a thing in Standard eventually. Let's go. Darren, Thrill Seeker. 3 mana, 1/1. Lit. Backup 2. When this creature enters the battlefield, put 2 1/1 counters of target creature. Another creature, it gains the following ability until the end of next turn. Sacrifice this creature, deals damage equal to power to any target. Yeah, it kind of gives fling to something. 1 mana fling it on the 3 power or, like, 3 mana creature. So you kind of play at 4. The Yargle Flinger. That it is. That it definitely is. It's got, like, memes out of 10. The fact that it deals damage equal to its power, like, makes it so that you might even want to play it with that, like, 1 mana goblin whenever you sacrifice, whenever a creature or artifact ends up going into your graveyard or something, give it a +1 power, +1/+0. You know? Thing is this ever gonna see play in an archetype that's gonna be, like, fantastic? It feels really jankable, yeah. If a deck like this exists and can be good, I feel like it's quite janky, so I think I'll put it in mid, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's people, like, flinging Gargles and whatever else, throwing a shitload of, like, damage around. I love a good fling effect, but I don't know how good it will be. So I'll probably put it in mid. You can definitely do a thing or two with this, but I don't think we'll ever go beyond, like, tier 2.5 or something, so... Love the card, though. I might even put it in, like, Bestie out of 10. Because, like, you know, it's kind of jank that speaks to me. But, yeah, between mid and Bestie out of 10, so... Quite nice. I mean, you could also steal something and play the Thrill Seeker, but I mean, that's too expensive, so... Hammer Time, we've seen Hammer Time gamers. Anyways, here we have a fantastic fling target to follow it up with. What if we throw this bad boy out there? I throw it in my Jund deck, Yargle and Multani, 18-6. That is an immediate combo right there. Backup 2 puts this to 20. Throw to the face when the game. Easy clap, no struggle. Definitely making Gargle and Multani Voldaren Thrillseeker deck, so look forward to that during early access. I will be doing it immediately. 20 damage, have a good time. Yeah. I'm in Yargle and Multani, don't know how to judge 6 mana 8 and 6, so I'm just gonna put it in EDH out of 10 or Pesty out of 10. So how many times can you land this? We'll be finding out during early access, so make sure to tune in to the stream when that's happening. We'll have a good time with it. Pesty out of 10, Yargle and Multani. Let's keep moving. I think this is the last rare though. We finally made it. 4 hours and 48 minutes. Eesh. Zephyr Singer. 4 mana, 3/4, Siren, Pirate, Convoke, Flying, Vigilance. With a Zephyr Singer enters the battlefield, put a flying counter on each creature that convoked it. I think this is really strong. I think that's real strong. Basically like a 2 mana, 3/4, and give flying counters to the 2 creatures that helped. So, I really like that. I'm just trying to think, like, what archetype this is in. Siren Pirate. Like I said, it has the pirate tag, which makes me think it's like, a limited, or like a, an Ixalan tease. Definitely fantastic and limited. The white aggro. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, this. Are we looking at soldier? White aggro in general? Are we gonna see like a flying tribal with the second Ixalan drops? Definitely limited all-star. I don't know, but where do we put it for constructed? I think I might put it after on good after rotation. Just like a gut instinct vibe. I can't see it in current standard. Or Pioneer, I can see it either, seeing a whole lot of play. But I feel like it's gonna be a good card after rotation in standard. It's just like instinct, you know? I think that's where it could definitely belong. But yeah, really cool card. So those are the rares from the set. But there have also been some interesting uncommons and commons that we might have a look at. So, let me see if I can find some of them. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Start off with. We're not going to go through all of them because we just simply don't have time for that, but we can have a look. Botanical Brawler. For a green and a white, get an Elemental Warrior 0/0 trample. When it enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it, whenever 1 or more 1/1 counters are put on another permanent you control, if it's the first time a 1/1 counters have been put on that permanent this turn, put a 1/1 counter on the Botanic Brawler. Love the fact that this is a 1/1 counter creature that has trample on it and keeps growing every time like you put more counters on things. Fucking love that. If green-white counters is gonna be a thing in standard, this card is a key, like, player in that. I wonder if this even sees play in, like, Pioneer. Maybe. What about, like, absent counters? Like, you can bring something like this back with Tyvar. Yeah, it's bad to put targets on, but the fact that it's a creature that automatically puts counters on itself makes it already really good. So I love this. I'm a big fan of this one. I think it's a definitely, like, at least, I don't know how to judge it for, like, Pioneer skills. But if 1/1 counters ever becomes a thing in standard, this is see in play. Like, you know, I'm putting it in we'll see play. I'm gonna throw the coin flip Because it's so good to have a creature that gives itself 1/1 counters. It's just so fire. I think it's definitely a card. And the fact that it has trample on itself, which is like a big issue with 1/1 counters. Like, whenever I play counters, I always struggle with, fuck, I wish this thing had trample, and this thing has it? Like, come on. I'm putting it in We'll See play. I'll fight the besties that believe otherwise. I love it. Yeah, exactly. And I think it might even, like, enable 1/1 counters in Standard, too. At least I hope. Alright, up next, Change the Equation. Seen a lot about this card. For 1 on the blue, instant. Choose 1 counter target spell with mana value 2 or less, or counter target red or green spell with mana value 6 or less. That is so fucking good. I think we can easily call this a sideboard play card. Easily. If not in Standard, older formats. Yeah, it's a very, very strong sideboard card. Yeah. Very, very good sideboard card. So, love to see it. Change the Equation. Absolutely, bestie. Absolutely. What card does it even compete with? I feel like it kind of competes with Ether Gust. In my opinion. It's at least what it reminds me of. So... And Gust sees quite some play. But this is like, I feel like this is like better. I don't even, like, they're not even that comparable, but it's good. I like it a lot. Gust can hit permanents, it's true, but this is more flexible. And, like, Gust is also not a permanent counter. Gust is, like, top or, like, bottom. So, like, it's not really comparable that much, but I like it. So... Yeah, it's a kind of, like, a constructed all-star in, like, blue decks that have sideboards. I like it. I really like it. But I'll just put it... I mean, it's a sideboard card, so I'll just put it in there, right? Let me have a look at some other cards here. Let's see what the chat's feeling about this card. Elspeth's Smite. For 1 white, you can get deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If the creature would die this turn, exile it instead. How we feeling, chat? How we feeling about this one? It's super cheap. Exile is very good too, yeah. Is it gonna be a sideboard card? Because that's what I'm feeling. It's solid because it's... yeah. Lay down arms. But lay down arms kind of locks you into playing a lot of whites. Whereas Elspeth's Smite can just be like in a white-red, white-blue, or anything of the sort. I'm gonna put it in cyber play. If not, like, cyber play and especially good after rotation. Like, kind of a combination of the both of these. So, the more aggro becomes better, the better this card gets. It might just be a cyber card after rotation, but it's definitely, like, quite premium removal. So, it's not main, but the potential is there as an all-star sideboard card, so... Interesting card, though. A good, like, implement, so... let me see, what else do we have here? And this is a funny one. I guess technically we have another, grab your stuff spell. Furnace Rains. Comparable to Bloody Betrayal, that's gonna rotate out. Gain control of target creature until the end of turn, and tap that creature until the end of turn against haste, and whenever this creature does combat damage through player or battle, create a treasure. Yeah, Act of Treason number 90. I like it, though. But, I mean, not really sure how to, like, scale it, but, you know, interesting to see another, like, active treason type of effect that creates a treasure this time around, so cute. You know, best out of 10, perhaps for me, but, interesting to see it. Interesting to see it, so. Let's see, what else do we have? Okay, this one is funny. Have a look at this one. See what the chat says about this. Listening Deluge. 3 mana. All creatures get -1/-1 until the end of turn. Creatures that are green and or white get an additional -2/-2 until the end of turn. So it's almost like kind of like Brotherhood, and I'm not even really. What does this remind me of? The -3/-3 in black. I don't think it's a trap. Something to hate out soldiers or like weenies. Mono white pioneer. Is it a sideboard play card? Or is it unplayable trash? That's the question. What about against poison? Something. What are we feeling? Sideboard play or unplayable trash? Don't know. Sideboard play or unplayable trash? I think it could be potential sideboard play. I think it definitely could be. Yeah, Road Priest poison type decks? I mean, ayo? Oh, I like it, I think. I like it. The minus effect also goes around like indestructible. It's a sideboard play for me. People played Cry of the Cornerium. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Ooh, this is another interesting one here. I think it's a sideboard play card. Halo Forager. 3 mana, 3/1, Fairy Rogue. When a Halo Forager enters the battlefield, you may pay X. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value X from a graveyard without paying its mana cost. The spell will be put into a graveyard, exile instead. So it says from a graveyard. So that could be your opponents as well. The 2023 Snapcaster. The fair Snapcaster. Pay the price, cast it for free. How are we feeling about this one though? 3 mana, 3/1 with flying is not bad. Not bad stats. Kill something. Snapcaster at home. Yeah, I think it's probably just mid. But it's a very, very cute card, and it could definitely do something evil. You know? Yeah, the no flesh is, you know, probably necessary, but I still wouldn't underestimate the Halo Forager. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't underestimate it. I would not underestimate it. Beware of the Halo Forager. Yeah, a 3/1 for 3 is already decent stats as well, so. What are these? Let me have a look. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting one as well. Okay. This do be an interesting one. We're gonna have a look at the battle again here. An uncommon battle this time around. We have Invasion of Ravnica. Ooh, 3 mana. When it enters the battlefield, each player mills 3 cards, then each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card. Okay, 4 like counters on it. We move on. Let's see what we get on the flip. Move on to the flip, and the flip is gonna be Lazotap Convert. You may have wildlife convert enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature card in a graveyard, except it's a 4/4 black zombie in addition to its other types. So that could steal, like, be an Atraxa? Is that how I see it? Enter the battlefield as a copy of graveyard or Shouldred? Like, that's kind of stonks. Like, copying a Shouldred or, like, an Atraxa is a decent reason to try and send 4 damage to something. And then it's like, you play your card, opponent discards a card, you draw a card. Like, that's quite decent in, like, card advantage-wise. So... I'm probably putting it in mid, but I definitely don't think it's one of the absolute worst battles that we've seen. So, a kind of cool one to point out, to me at least. Speaking of another very cool battle, I personally, I'm a fan of this one. Like, Invasion of Ravnica. For a black and a red, Invasion of Ravnica enters the battlefield, target player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker and loses 1 life. Kind of like Engrath's Rampage vibes, but it isn't like specifically that you can choose between art, like creature or planeswalker. But let's see the flip side. It does trigger a sacrifice effect and 1 life loss, and you get Ashen Reaper. 2/1 menace. At the beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on Ashen Reaper if a permanent was put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn. Like, that grows quickly, and it's got menace. It's an uncommon. I'm kind of a fan. Like, Edict's obviously, like, a good card, but this triggers sacrifice effect, loses life, and you could get a Ashen Reaper feature that benefits of other sacrifices. It's hard to give Shoulder's Edict up for it. That's true. I don't know, I'm a fan. But I think I have to, like, put this card down where it belongs, and that would probably be Bestie out of 10. But I think it's really strong. I don't think it should be, like, underestimated at all. I was a big fan of Engrath's Rampage in the day as well. Sacrifice a creature, lose 1 life, you keep thinking them. Menace could be cool. Counts treasures, incubators. But I don't know. I mean, realistically, I don't think it sees that much play. But it will see play in fight. I love it. To me, Bestie. One of my favorite, like, battles. Maybe even favorite cards of the set. So. Let's see what else do we have that's somewhat worth going over. Looking. This one was interesting as well. This one do be. There we go. The Invasion of Urgamon. When Invasion of Urgamon enters the battlefield, create a treasure. Then you may discard a card if you do draw a card. So it's discard to draw, ramp yourself up, and then you have where you transform into this Rhino through a Cliff Charger. Trample 3/4, and this battlefield you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a land or battle, reveal it, put into your hand, then shuffle. I think this is one of the better battles as well. Discard to draw, create a treasure. Basically, like, okay, this might be silly, but in a way, it reminds me of Deadly Dispute. Deadly Dispute, I mean, obviously is much better, but it was still, like, create a treasure, draw. And that was Deadly Dispute fucking all-star. It's basically, in a way, it's like 1 mana, draw a card. 1 mana, discard to draw. I think it's one of the better ones. I don't know if it's ever gonna see play that much, but it's definitely best yet at then. I think it's one of the, like, the fact that we've had 2 solid battles in uncommon, and, like, the shitty ones are fucking mythic, like, we move, you know? We move. Let me see if there's any other interesting ones that are somewhat worth our time, because, you know, a lot of the battles are, a little bit mid. This is another very spicy one. Curious to see what you guys think about this one. Invasion of Mercadia. 2 mana, ends the battlefield. You may discard a card if you do draw 2 cards. So it's kind of like a thrill of possibility, I think, on a battle. And then you have the transformation into, or the transformation for 4 counters, 4 damage. To, there we go. Kieran Flamerite? Oh, yeah, voices. Is it a voices? Anyway. I don't know. 3 voices, whichever. Discard a card, create 2 1/1 blue and red elemental creature tokens. Creatures you control get +1, +0, and gain haste until the end of turn. I mean, this doesn't really excite me. But the front size is cool. You know, I wouldn't throw like 4 damage to get this. But this card is, or this side is quite interesting. Yeah. Backside is a cool bonus for like an effect of the sort, so yeah. Definitely very cool. Once again, one of the better battles. And you've seen the absolute shittiest, most offensive battles in fucking Mythic. Love that. Anyways. Let's have a look. Like, there's, up soon. Come on, bestie. Come on. A lot of these are so incredibly expensive. Ooh, this one is interesting. Alright, let's have that one. Alright, up next. Invasion of Ravnica. Enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. When you do, exile target artifact or creature opponent controls. So, like, 2 mana exile, and you can sacrifice like a blood token or a treasure or an incubate token. Then once you spend 4 damage or remove the counters, you get this up here. Or you get the Holy Frazzle Cannon. Whenever equipped creature attacks, put a 1/1 counter on that target, on that creature, and each other creature control that shares a creature type with it. So, like, me and the besties have, like, speculated with this card a little bit, because if I'm playing, like, Wards Off, like, Phyrexian sacrifice stuff, and I benefit heavily of, like, sacrifice a creature, exile a creature or artifact, and then, like, eventually it might even be, like, worth it for me to go after the Holy, like, Frazzle Cannon, because that adds up fucking quickly. That adds up so quickly. Like, it's worth to try and flip that battle so you can get this thing out of it. So I love it. I love it. I think it's really good. And I think the upside, like the front side of the card already is so strong. So sign me the fuck up. Big fan of Invasion of Ravnica. It's definitely gonna be a card that's good after rotation at minimum. So I'll put it there, if anything. But it's definitely also a best out of 10. I love the card. I think it's so good. Yeah, all the battles should work like that. It's true. Like, you need to have a good reason to try and flip them. And this is one of them. Like, I love it. I love it. I love it. One of the better battles, that we've seen. What else do we have? What is this one? Let's see what that one is. Okay. Trying to like sort out how to like show these battles. Mess. This one's cool. Alright. Invasion of Ravnica. 3 mana. In this battlefield, it deals 4 damage to another target battle or opponent, and 1 damage to up to 1 target creature. So that's 4 damage to the face. And 1 damage to up to 1 target creature. You know, never, like, saying no to 4 damage to the face. It's just a little bit... It's not very flexible. That's kind of the thing. But 4 damage face, ayo, face is the place, ayo. And the fact that it can also go to a battle makes it quite interesting to me. And now we're gonna have a look at the flip side, which 5 damage quite a lot. So let's see if it's gonna be worth going after that. Yeah, exactly. You get the Disciples of the Inferno prowess 4/4. If a non-creature source you control would deal damage to a creature, battle, or opponent, it deals damage plus 2. I love this one. I do. Like, that's another one of those cards, like, that's somewhat worth getting. Damage to a creature, battle, or opponent deals damage plus 2. Like, burn out of 10, but it's, like, cool as fuck, right? Like, you're like, ooh, if you have a lot of... If you somehow can get more, like, 6 damage value from the Disciples or something, and you're convinced you can get it, then it could be worth throwing 5 on the battle. It's cool. It's very cool. I think this is a really cool card. I don't know where to put it. I feel like at the moment it's like Bessie out of 10 because it's just so unpredictable. But I'm here for it. So yeah. That's the thing, like, it's Bessie out of 10 and I'm not sure where it fits, but I love it. Like, I hope it sees play. I think it's I think it's a very cool battle card, so love it, Bessie. Love it. What else do we have? Such an expensive set, like, damn. So expensive. Better go back to some creatures here. Seeing what the chat thinks about this bestie. Kenra Spellspear. A 2-mana, 2/2 trample prowess creature. Jackal Warrior. Honestly, if I'm playing Boros, like, prowess, I'm playing this. Love myself some prowess and trample. Like, big fan. I'm into it. Yeah, I'm into it. I'm here for it. I think it's a definitely will see play. Trample and prowess slaps. It even has, like, transform potential, and I'm not sure how good that is. But being able to transform it for 3 is already, like, okay, that's not incredibly expensive. It would then transform into Phyrexian Spellstalker. Trample, War 2, Prowess. Each instance of prowess triggers separately. Like, this slaps. This is a really fantastic uncommon. Like, protection, prowess, trample. Like, I love it. The double prowess, like, yeah. I love this card. Could be an all-star, honestly. I mean, honestly, I'm hoping. I mean, depending on how the meta goes, this could be an all-star. I agree, it could be an all-star. I'm just not sure how the meta will develop, but, like, it could definitely be an all-star after rotation or something. Big fan of this card. Love it. Love it. Alright, let's have a look at this here. Ooh. Lithomantic Barrage. This is an interesting one. We talked about this in the Discord a little bit. For red, you get a sorcery, which is really important here. Spell can be countered. Lithomantic Brush deals 1 damage to target creature or planeswalker. It deals 5 damage instead if the target is white and or blue. So we kind of compared this to Rending Volley, but then it's 5 damage, so it's better, but then it's sorcery, so it's worse. Really weird. It's really weird. I wonder if it being a sorcery makes it worse than both Fry and Rending Volley combined. But it's definitely a solid cyber card for, like, standard or something. The second, like, white and blue, white and or blue, are much better. I think it's a cyber play card already at this point, though. Will probably get played in split with Rending Volley. See, that's what I don't know, because, like, sorcery really holds this card back. But the 1 damage gives it a lot of versatility, so it's really, really close. But it's definitely a sideboard card for multiple formats, at least. So, definitely one of the better ones out there, for sure. Alright. Outside of that, another interesting card is we get a Night Lord, which I'm assuming this is just a tease for, like, Eldraine, that we're going back to soonish. Not really sure if, like, we should rate this, because there's not really support for this at the moment, but, cool. For at this one. Phyrexian Censor. Each player can cast more than 1 non-Phyrexian spell each turn. Non-Phyrexian creatures enter the battlefield tapped. It's an interesting one. It reminds me of, like, the Archon of Emeria. I think it's a sideboard card. I think it will definitely see sideboard play, if not just, like, in, like, a Phyrexian deck. I mean, I would play this in main in my, like, Phyrexian, like, black-white deck. Yeah. It is definitely worse. Like, the tap lands, but, like, there's value in here. I mean, can't cast more than 1 non-Phyrexian spell, enter battlefield taps. On a 3-mana 3/3, like, that's pretty stacked. I think I'm safely gonna throw it in good after rotation. But I'll definitely play with it, so might be just best yet at them. I don't think, once again, it's one of those cards that, like, you shouldn't underestimate, you know? Definitely shouldn't underestimate that one. Let's see. What else do we have? Ooh, this one is cool as well. Cool one. Let's see what the chat thinks about Seal from Existence. For 1 white, you get an enchantment with Ward 3 on it. When it ends the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until Seal from Existence leaves the battlefield. Like, that seems so strong to me. Ward 3 on an enchantment, exile target non-land permanent. I think that's a definite will see play to me. I mean, these white decks are playing fuck, why did I forget the name of it? 2 mana, attach it to a plains, get rid of a creature. They're playing that thing, and that's so much more specific. Ossification, yeah. They're playing that, and that card is so much more specific. This just seems so much better than that. Like, we have a history of, like, 3 mana things that exile other things, and this is just so much safer. Like, I think this card is already a will see play, and will get even better after rotation. So, congratulations, mono, white, or white decks, for getting another excellent removal piece. So, Good for you. Like, good for you, bestie. Let's see. Okay, one of my favorite cards from the set coming up. I was waiting to find this one. Stoke the Flames. I was waiting on this one. 4 mana, Convoke. Deals 4 damage to any target. Like, yup. When I saw this, I got excited. Yup. Constructed All-Star. I'm so tempted to make it a Constructed All-Star. I think that's so fucking good. All-Star back-to-back. I mean, without a doubt, I think we found our second All-Star of the stream. I mean, this is almost always like a 2 mana, 4 damage instant. Like, incredibly good. I mean, this is what the red gamers have been asking for. This is gonna make different like burn-ish, aggro-ish archetypes playable by itself. Like, thank you so much, Wizards. We appreciate it. We take it. I'm throwing this in Constructed All-Star. I hope I'm right. I really want this to be good. So, very excited for this one. Boros Prowess, Red Burn. Oh, fuck, this one is gonna be spicy, too. See what the chat thinks about this. I mean, I think this just fits in one slot, but, you know. Surge of Salvation. Instant. 1 white. You and permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Prevent all damage that black and or red sources will deal to creatures you control this turn. Like, if I'm playing my silly little, like, Phyrexian, like, sacrifice deck or something, in white and in black, I'm playing Surge of Salvation to protect my ass from Brotherhood's End. Yeah, protects against, like, Thought Seizes. That's cool. Love it. Hexproof to the end of turn, prevent all damage from black and or red sources. Love it. Big fan. Yeah, it reminds me a bit of a feel of the summer, but it's so fucking cool. Like, I love it. I absolutely love it. It's definitely a sideboard card, but it will see, like, a lot of play. I mean, everywhere in, like, multiple formats. Like, maybe we would even go as far as put it in, like, we'll see play. I mean, it's a sideboard card that will see a lot of play. Just like that blue counterspell, so... fantastic card. And I say that as a red-black enjoyer, so it hurts me a little bit, but... You know, love it. What else do we have? I think then we're going to... Omens. See if there's anything spicy in there. This one's kind of cool, I guess. I don't know if you would want this over, like... I don't know if you would maybe want this over, like, a Cameo Safekeeping, or over, like, a... Warrens? I don't know, but it's quite an interesting card. Angelic Intervention, 2 mana instant. Target creature or planeswalker you control gains protection from colors or from the color of your choice on turn. Colorless, I mean. If the creature put a 1/1 counter on it. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know if we'll ever see, like, sideboard play or maybe after rotation. But I think it's a very cool card, and I think the fact that it protects either a creature or a planeswalker can be quite relevant, so... Yeah, if it cost 1, it would just be fucking broken, so naturally it has to cost 2, but... Cool card from the set, so... Proclus is kind of rare, yeah. Quite spicy. Quite spicy. This one as well? Atraxas Fall. This card I was a little bit confused with earlier, because I thought, like, perhaps... this would, like, flip a battle for you, but it doesn't work that way because it's destroy a battle. So when battles get destroyed, you don't flip them. So it's really weird that way. So it's kind of like a defensive, like, oh, I don't want my opponent to flip this battle on my side so I could just destroy it myself. But yeah, the battles need to be defeated, so this doesn't flip it. But it's still also destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. So quite a cool card. It has a lot attached to it. Don't know if it's ever going to see, like, play anywhere, but definitely one of the cooler cards from the set. What else do we have? Am I missing something cool? Yeah, only defeat removing counters, burning them, or doing combat damage. Yeah. Alright, this one, a lot of besties, including myself, have been quite excited about. Corrupted Conviction, aka Village Rites reprint. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards for the cost of 1. So fucking happy to have this back. So fucking happy. Like, this is really one of the reasons why, like, I'm so much looking forward to the white-black Phyrexian sacrifice stuff. I think at the moment it's probably a good after rotation vibe. But yeah, 8 Village Rites and Pioneer, please. Yeah. 8 Village Rites and 4 Deadly Disputes, please. Thank you. I love it, though. Like, I'm happy to see Village Rites back. I've been wanting to play it in Standard for a while now, and every time I'm like, fuck, I wish it was in the current Standard, and now we have it back, so yay. Love to see it. Alright, this card, though, if we're talking about Gruul, like, battles, Cosmic Hunger gets very interesting. Because Cosmic Hunger, correct me if I'm wrong, is one way to remove a battle, potentially, without having to, or, like, defeat a battle without having to attack into it. 2 mana, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature, planeswalker, or battle. That's really nice. If you're working with battles and you're doing, like, a Gruul deck, this is fantastic removal, but also could give you, like, battles. Flip, so... Big fan. Big fan. 2 mana as well. I mean, 2 mana, like, I'm here for it. 2 mana instant removal, like, sign me up. Isn't the best bite spell we have? I think it is one of them, for sure. Deals damage equal to its power, so that's even, like, better than fighting, unless, like, you have a creature that benefits off the fight stuff. I think it's really good removal, yeah. Yeah, fucking completed Coma. Thank God they didn't make a fucking Coma completed card, or we'd all be crying, shaking, throwing up. They helped us, they did us a favor there, making it a cosmic, like, a fucking instant card with Coma flavor instead of, like, making a new Coma. Like, damn. Anyways. Yeah, wait for it in Alchemy, yeah. We can expect Coma and Alchemy, I fear. I fear the rumors are true, yes. Yeah, and Aftermath, Coma. Well, I mean, technically, are there not, like, fucking, like, ways that some cultures think the world won by being, like, fucking inhaled by a serpent? Coma! Scared. Anyways. Yeah, Coma and Aftermath. Look forward to it. Let's see. Seeing if there's anything else that's... Yeah. Spicy. Have one lifelink, though. I mean, actually, not a bad sacrifice target, but not interesting to, like, look at right now. Oh, this is, I guess this one, I mean, flavor, like, out of 10 for sure, but definitely not one of the worst cards I've ever seen. Mirrored and Avenged? I'm just imagining this with, like... I mean, what if Mayhem Devil? You know, what if, like... I'm just seeing there's so many just ways. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage. Draw a card. Like, there's a lot of ways to work with that? We already have this in standard? Really? Oh. I had no idea. I don't think we do. There's just a lot of like cool ways to make this work. Like, you're already dead 8 times. Let's go. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage. Draw a card. I had no fucking clue that existed. Apparently we do. So I guess it's a reprint under a different name. Imagine I may have double. Yeah. I don't know. I still think it's a cool card. But yeah, I think it was worth showing for the flavor. You know, Buried and Avenged. Arn ripping off Elish Norn's head. I mean, cool flavor, like, definitely worth showing the besties. Oh, this one also, like, fucking a card and a half. Easy to miss. Moment of Truth, instant. Look at top 3 cards of your library. Put one of these cards into your hand, one into your graveyard, and one on the bottom of your library. Phoenix Enjoyers, come collect your cards. Everyone, thank you for the 25. Come collect your cards. Like, I think this is so good. That is just such an incredible, like, card. Yeah, it's expressive iteration at home. Even, like, if, say, even, like, there could even be a world, besties, where we're playing Izzet Phoenix in Standard, but instead of Arclight Phoenix, we're playing the Bloodfeather Phoenix. Imagine that. What a great world we live in. You know? Or, like, put a Phoenix chick into the graveyard, put a Bloodfeather Phoenix into the graveyard. Live your best life. Like, I definitely would want to make, like, a Moment of Truth, like, Phoenix deck in Standard. Like, this slaps. Love it. Great card. Definitely will see play in many formats, so... fan. Big fan. What else? Yeah, right? Like, and it's an instant, too. Like, that's crazy. Like, Mono Blue would even play this. Mono Blue Tempo and Standard plays this shit, too. Like, so good. Big fan. Very exciting. Okay. And here we have a card with bestie potential. A fungus rabbit. I don't know whatever happened to this thing, but the art's cute. Somewhat. Yet a little bit disturbing. Flavor text quite funny as well. So mushroomy, like, yeah, go with bestie. Quite cute. Let's see. Yeah, very cute. What else do we have? I feel like there's so many cards in this set. I don't know, maybe I'm going crazy, but... Crazy. Oh, this one's a cool one. Volcanic Spite. 2 mana instant. 3 damage to target creature, planeswalker, or battle. You may put a card from your hand onto the bottom of your library if you draw a card. It's no lightning strike, but it is kind of like 3 damage to something and like cycle a card in your hand. I guess bottom of your library, draw a card, which is quite cool. It's quite sweet. It's like, yeah, it's almost like a Fire Prophecy. Exactly, so. Another common hidden somewhere with quite a lot of potential, so. I like it. Like it. We'll see play. And I think that's about it for... I guess this one is still fucking fantastic. Rends Resolve. 2 mana sorcery. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Yes. Love it. What card does that remind me of in Standard? Like 100% we'll see play. I agree with that. 100%. 8 Impulse, Pioneer Burn. Yeah. This is great. Yeah. The Reckless Impulse. This is just great. Now there are 8 of them in Standard. Yeah. But I guess I assume the other one will rotate, but this is sweet, so. And Reckless Impulse, we had a period where like the way to play mono red was like fucking 3 copies or 4 copies of Jaya and like 4 copies of Reckless Impulse. And that card won like standard challenges on MTGO and such. So, you know, Rends Resolve, definitely something to look forward to. I think it will definitely see play, and if not in like standard, in another format, but I think that's about it for all the rares and mythics from the new set, on top of some comments and uncommons that were worth like looking into. Verdict of the set, very much Commander out of 10. Very expensive, lots of words. We've only seen 2 constructed all-stars out of the whole, like, everything that we've looked at so far. In general, another, like, great reminder or verdict of the set is that it has a lot of potential after rotation. Like, a lot of the cards feel like setting up for something that, like, we see in future sets, and that gets strictly better after things that, or cards that we're playing with at the moment rotating. May I remind you of our first constructed all-star of the day, which is the Bloodfeather Phoenix. Expect a lot of this boy. Constructed all-star. You can probably see play in multiple formats. We are a big fan. And then our... Where is it? Second constructed all-star of the day, which makes it the last one because we've only seen 2 constructed all-stars. Stoke the Flames, 4 mana, instant, 4 damage to any target. Outside of that, there are quite a few will see play cards, and a lot of cards, like I said, with future potential. So I feel like this set, personally, is a good combination of cards that will see play in standard at the moment, or see constructed play already, if not get good after rotation. So it's got a lot of promise for the future. A lot of stuff for, like, EDH type formats, which is currently, like, where they make their money out of, so, like, go ahead, I guess. But in general, this looks like a really fun, limited format. I don't think there's, like, too many, like, broken, like, bombs in there, too, that automatically win the game once they get played. On top of that, we do have, like, the Mystical Archive Part 2, which is the, what is it, like, the Legends? The Multiverse Legends? So, I think this is going to be an absolute joy to draft. I think there are some clutch cards to get from opening packs for your constructed decks. If not now, in the future. So, besties, I'm thinking March of the Machines is looking really fun. And is looking really good, so... I was not as very excited for this deck, but... Or for this set, but I'm quite excited now. So, I hope you have enjoyed our set review tonight. Once again, sorry my camera isn't working. I ordered a new one. I'm picking it up today, so then, we'll have a camera and a green screen setup here, like, because I'm in the Netherlands right now, so, I wanted to play some Explorer, but these cards had so much fucking text. It was 5 hours and 40 minutes, and I haven't even done a full set review, so, anyway, we'll just do some constructed Explorer tomorrow. Metagame challenge, qualifier, all weekend long. I'll be there for like 6-7 hours every day. Enjoying farming some packs and having fun in general. So thank you for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow with a Metagame challenge weekend, qualifier weekend, and we're gonna have a blast. Thank you for hanging out, besties. Thank you for watching this set review. I will see you again tomorrow.